Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
Welcome into On the Pulse live from Bella Arena. I am Derek Forrest. It is day 3 here at the World Fitness Finals as we are crowning our inaugural champion for the tour. Introductions from left to right: 2-time Games champion Annie Thorisdottir, 2 times Games champion Katrin Davidsdottir, and our setup man, Seth Page, the co-owner of Jump Ship Training. Before we get into the day, Saturday is known as Moving Day, but also for our 2 Icelandic queens in the middle, also known as Candy Day, and they were the only ones who didn't bring candy for the weekend. Very unfortunate, ladies.
But if you guys would see our chair
People
right
are bringing
here,
it to us.
we have been collecting candy.
Yes.
Collecting but not giving any.
We have
Very nice.
Need to be more sharing.
Also, for anyone sharing the hotel, it's also Waffle Day, which is a good day too. But let's talk about Moving Day. It's a big day, our biggest day of the competition. We've got 3 events. What are our first thoughts for Moving Day? What are we looking forward to?
Well, we are on 3rd day, but we still have 2 days left of competing. And today we have 2 great workouts, like great just CrossFit workouts. And then we have 1 skill-based workout. So I think with 300 points up for grabs today, we're going to see a lot of shifts again.
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday of how we've had some very high skill movements and workouts very much revolving around that. And now we have these mixed modality tests. And so I think we're going to start seeing really the leaderboard taking shape and people making some big moves.
Yeah, I agree. I think you guys summed it up nicely. Even though there are some higher skill gymnastics today, like the handstand walk over an obstacle and the cut rope climbs, which could be legless or not, I do think that as you said, the mixed modalities will certainly allow different sticking points for different styles of athletes. But because of that, I think we will see the best, most well-rounded athletes start to work their way up, not only the finals leaderboard, but the overall season standing leaderboard.
Exactly.
Yeah, we've got 500 points left up for grabs for the final 2 days, which means 1,000 points are up for grabs for the championships as we take a look at the rest of the weekend schedule. Again, 3 workouts today and then 2 workouts on Sunday, as things are really going to shake up in these next 2 days. So as we begin to look ahead to Saturday, Seth, we're going to come to you for your Seth secret of the pros. What are the athletes going to have to do today to make sure that they're making a move?
Well, I think my secret is going to be more about how they're going to actually survive the weekend in total. So longer weekends like we're seeing here, we have 4 days, 9 events. I think what each athlete has done before they've gotten here is they've really taken a moment to kind of zoom out on the overall season. They're going to ask themselves, why am I here? What are my goals? Okay, so what do I want to get out of this weekend? There are 3 distinct kind of scenarios that you would approach this weekend with. 1, you're here, you got invited, you're sort of trying to get a little more competition experience against the elites on a very high level floor and just feeling things out. 2, you're in the mix for a pro card and you want to make it as far up the leaderboard as you can to earn the best contract you can for the following season. 3, you're one of the 5 or 6 athletes, both on the men's and women's sides, that have a legitimate chance to maybe win this whole thing and take the season championship down. And so depending on which of those 3 scenarios you're in, you're going to approach the weekend, I think, a little bit differently in terms of how hard you can push, where you pick your spots, and what you're prioritizing in terms of results. So for athletes who really, this is one of their rare opportunities to compete at a high level, they're probably going to just kind of lay it all out there and pick their spots a little less often, gain experience where they can, take chances because they don't really have that much to lose, right? Athletes who are somewhere in the middle of the pack that are fighting for just maybe a pro card next year, they really, really want to secure one of those top 20 spots, they're going to be avoiding mistakes and mitigating their weaknesses. Of course, they lean into some strengths too because that's what the best athletes do. But realistically, you just can't afford to have any super, super low finishes. And for those who are really in striking distance of winning this whole thing, or at least taking a podium spot, those particular athletes will have to approach it differently in the sense that they have to bring it each and every event, no matter if they like the event or not, and they have to game the event based on the other athletes that they need to beat in order to get enough points to secure that podium spot or the win. So depending on which style you are, you're going to zoom out, take a look at each scenario, and then try to focus in on how you're going to attack the weekend. Those are the sort of things that are going to help you survive. If you just go into this sort of weekend without a plan, by Sunday or even today, you wake up and you look at your coach and you go, I can't move. I can't get out of bed. I didn't think this through. I didn't recover right. I didn't spend my time focusing on the priorities that would get me through it, and they're going to be hurting already. For those that know exactly what they're doing and what their goals or intentions are, they've made a plan, and hopefully they're executing for the rest of the weekend.
At the beginning of the weekend, Kat, you said that you're just going to go out there and you're going to perform to your best of your ability. But does your plan change a little bit as you get closer and closer to the end?
100%. I think that depends on, are you sitting in fourth, for example? For me, that means I have nothing to lose. Like, if you're not, you want to come in and you want to win. And if you're sitting in fourth, you might as well be sitting in 12th or in last. Like, you want to be reaching for that podium, and when you're in striking distance, you can start making those risks. You can really start just seeing, you know what? I'm not winning right now. Let's see if I can. If you are sitting in a place that you want to be, you might need to be playing it, like Seth said, a little more safe. Start seeing, like, how much do I need to beat somebody by? I might not have to reach for the moon. I might really be able to just play within a very safe, secure capacity of what I'm capable of, and pretty much guarantee yourself a certain result. In other scenarios, you might actually have to reach and exert yourself, which does you take on a lot more risk.
Annie, do you agree?
Oh, 100%. And also when you're in that situation, you start looking more at the people that you have to be ahead of, and you're making sure that you just stay in the right spot. It is not as much fun competing like that, though, I have to admit. I like being allowed to compete and take the chances and see what happens, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
The last thing I'll mention, too, is each athlete may have their own particular situation coming into the final. Some are dealing with injuries, some are dealing with other things. And so those factors really play a difference in what those goals are going to be that you set for yourself and how you attack things as well.
All right, so kicking it off for the individuals today is Pro 5. Let's take a look at that workout. We've got a chipper-style workout, and as Annie mentioned yesterday, it's the first CrossFit-style workout of the weekend, where everybody's going to now begin to grind these last 5 workouts as we look to crown a champion, and people try to either go up onto the podium or stay above that cut line. Let's take a look at the video, and this is Pro 5.
Pro 5 is presented by Velitas. Pro 5 is for time and begins with 100 wall balls. After the wall balls, athletes will advance and do 150 weighted double unders. Then they will advance and do 50 weighted GHD sit-ups. Followed by 150 weighted double unders. Athletes will finish with 100 pull-ups. There's an 18-minute time cap for Pro 5.
All right, that is Pro 5. That is what the individuals are going to be taking on this morning. Kat, we're going to send it over to you for Kat's Corner. What are the keys to success for day 3?
So for day 3, it's Saturday, we have 3 big workouts, and we always call it moving day. It's where anything can happen, and even more so with just what we've been talking about this morning of just it being such a mixed modality workout. I do think the most well-rounded athletes are gonna come to the top, staying very focused on one event at a time and maximizing your points in each and every event. And so looking at this event, it's a very high rep chipper. And I do think it's gonna come more down to muscular endurance more than it is your fitness. And also just kind of like your mental fortitude of how you're moving through the workout. It's very easy to lose minor seconds here and there and just like instead of breaking it fast when you decide to maybe do too big a sets and start taking long rests. But looking at it, there is one movement in it that I think is going to be very surprising. Maybe not to the athletes, but maybe to the people watching, and that is the heavy double unders. There are so many of them, and it's very hard. You tried them out yesterday.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's very, very hard.
Yeah, we're gonna let's see why it was really hard for you here in a second. But Annie, if you want to discuss the Velitas jump rope, it's a jump rope that they've used throughout the tour. So a lot of athletes are familiar with this, but it's still a difficult implement.
Well, like Kat said, I think for the audience, knowing what kind of jump rope it is, you don't really realize how hard it is until you try it. It's got these weighted handles. So normal double unders, you just have to lift up a little bit and the spin on the rope is so fast. Here, you gotta jump higher, so it's more force that you gotta put into it, as well as it's going to fatigue muscularly. So you're gonna feel your biceps, you're gonna feel your forearms. You need to figure out where to hold on the rope. You look so good, Seth.
Thank you.
You gotta figure out where to hold the rope. Hold it as close as you can to where the buckle is to try to make it lighter for yourself. And this implement is then gonna come down on when they finish with 100 pull-ups. I think it's normal pull-ups, but this rope is going to affect it so badly that we're gonna see some athletes suffering after doing 300 double unders.
They asked me to do double unders. Can you do double unders, Seth? Of course I can. I can do double unders. Like maybe 100 to 150 is my max set. And they said, great, why don't you try this rope and demo for us? And they gave it to me. I did maybe 40 or 50. You saw it in a set there. And it felt like I just finished an entire workout. So I don't think people at home, if they haven't experienced a rope like this, can understand. It's like literally 5 to 10 times harder to do double unders with
100%.
that. It's crazy.
It also just requires you to actually move the rope versus regular ones. You kind of learn how to relax, and these ones you get really tight. You're gonna have to use your biceps, and you have 100 pull-ups left. Notice on the rope though how the weight is shifted very much towards the back of the handle. Watch for the athletes. I think the ones that have learned to be the most efficient with this, they will inch their hands all the way to the front of the rope to allow the weight to actually kind of move the rope for them and them to be able to relax better. So watch for the ones that are best on the rope. They're going to inch their arms a little bit, very much.
And then when you're fatigued, you start going like full on grip, and that's where you know they're in trouble.
That's what I was going to ask. So I have pretty limited experience myself, as you could just see. Does it affect the grip when you're squeezing? Because you really have to hold and spin that rope actively. So I wonder how that's going to play into holding on to big sets of pull-ups. I don't know.
Oh, it will affect it.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, let's take a look at the Copenhagen standings. We're going to start on the men's side of things. And right now, Justin Medeiros is sitting on top of the leaderboard here this weekend, followed by Jack Farlow, who's been coming up through the Challenger division, and then Ricky Garrard sitting in third. In terms of what you guys are seeing here, and Jack Farlow could be a good mention, there are some surprises right now in that top 10, and maybe he's one of them.
Well, definitely didn't see that coming, having him in second place going into Saturday. He's had a phenomenal start to this competition. I'm not surprised seeing Justin Medeiros there, and I think he's going to have a great day today. So I believe he's going to hold on to that spot. It'll be cool to see where Jack is going to be at the end of today, but as of right now, I don't see any big hurdles for him.
Also, just to mention this, that Jack Farlow came in from the Challenger division at Tour Stop 1. So from Challenger division to currently sitting in second overall.
In sixth for the season.
Yes.
For the season total. That's insane.
That's amazing.
Yep, let's take a look at those season totals as we mentioned them right now. James Sprague sitting atop the overall season leaderboard, followed by Justin Medeiros, who's in second place, Dallin Pepper in third. You see Jack Farlow, as we mentioned there, sitting in sixth, Ricky in fourth, Roman Krinikov in fifth. As we're looking at this one too, there are some names that are higher up that we might not have expected. Jonakowski sitting there in 7th overall. There are some guys here having some really good performances throughout the 3 weekends.
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing, though, in terms of how this race actually works, is you do see James in 1st overall and Justin sitting in 2nd right behind. And it feels like Justin's making a move on James to pass him. However, the problem is, the way this works is a lot of this is out of Justin's control. He's already near the top in terms of how many points he can earn at the finals. And so he is going to have to get help from other competitors below him to get between him and James to close that gap from the previous 2 tour stops in terms of points. So there's a bigger dynamic than just how well those 2 guys and others perform today. It's realistically how they fall in relationship to each other. So that's one thing that's really worth paying attention to. Who has to get between you in order to get the most amount of points?
All right, let's, I believe it's time to make our picks for Pro 5. So I'm going to start, and we're going to start with James Sprague, the leader for the overall standings right now. I think this is a good workout for him. He's been performing well so far. He's had a good first day. Yesterday was another decent day for him. I'm going with James Sprague.
I think it's a great pick. He did tell me that now it's only good events left for him. However, I'm going to go with Justin Medeiros for this one. I think he's going to have a great start to Saturday, and actually a great Saturday.
I was in a toss-up between the 2. I think those are great picks for very different reasons. But for some reason, looking at that, seeing that currently Medeiros is leading the pack. We did speak to James yesterday. He said it was great workouts for him, just knowing the wall balls are easy for him. He's very great at long endurance, just like breaking things up very well. And I think he wants to clench on and really secure that top spot. So.
Yeah, I think you guys have some good picks. I'm going to go with Medeiros in this one. I think that him being a shorter stature athlete in relationship to James, they have similar, I think, skills in terms of this next workout. And I think that he can probably cycle some of these reps a little bit faster than James can, and especially at the pull-ups at the end, which should give him the edge. But I do think they're pretty close.
Justin, 2021 games, Justin crushed the pull-up. So I think he's going to win it on the last implement.
There you go.
All right, let's turn our attention to the women's side of things, and we've seen some great races, not just for the weekend, but for the overall standings as well. Let's start with the Copenhagen standings, as Amy Kringle is sitting atop the leaderboard. Right behind her, there was Laura Horvath and Emma Lawson sitting in 3rd, Ariel Lowen in 4th, Lucy Campbell in 5th. We've seen some tight races so far from the women during the workouts during the first 2 days, and we're seeing that on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning Amy Kringle still sitting at the top there. Very, very impressive across the entire season, not just this weekend. She's literally 5 workouts away from taking this whole thing down. However, Laura right on her heels, and even Emma Lawson having a phenomenal performance. She looks as healthy as she's ever looked. And then you don't have to go too much further down to find Lucy Campbell, who is always a threat. So just looking at this, it is a lot of the usual suspects in terms of who we see at the top of the leaderboard. And I'm sure the overall leaderboard is going to paint an even better picture in terms of the season totals.
Yeah, Kat, and you mentioned it, Seth, for Amy to be sitting atop the leaderboard right now, even though Laura's behind her. I mean, you've got to give her a ton of credit for what she's been able to do so far.
A ton of credit. She spent the past couple of years, she's really been building her own reputation, really coming into her own end of the sport and securing her name as a mix at the top of the leaderboards. And this season, she's really been proving that. And she has yet to take a win. She has not done that yet, but she's been the most consistent across the board, and now she's fighting for that.
I'll say this too, but Amy and Laura have also prioritized these events as part of their season in terms of what they're really focused on. We did see Laura go to Rogue, and Amy did not, intentionally to try to maximize her abilities here. So a little bit of strategy that comes to timing of competition and training, so we'll see kind of how that plays out as well.
On the season competition as well, it's Amy Kringle and Laura Horvath sitting at the top 2 right now, as Amy's trying to hold off Laura this weekend. But we've also got a tight race. Look at the 3-way tie for 3rd place right now between Emma Lawson, Lucy Campbell, and Ariel Lowen. It's a very tight race on the women's side. Annie, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a really tight race, and all of those girls are sitting high on the leaderboard already for Copenhagen. So like Seth said, At this point, yes, all you can control is what you can do in the competition, and then you almost gotta hope. You never hope for your competition not to do well, but you gotta hope for some of the other athletes to make it in between in as many events as possible, because that will affect your overall season.
When you look at Emma Lawson and you think about the roller coaster ride, if you will, that she's been on through the first 3 tour stops. She came in dealing with a little bit of a back injury and has been able to get healthier and healthier as the tour stops have gone on. To be sitting in 3rd place for her, how impactful is that for her?
I think that's going to be huge for her, also confidence, because you can just see with every tour stop, she's gaining more and more confidence. And I know how it is when you don't trust your body. You can't really push your limits the way that you want to be pushing them, because you're afraid. How's it going to affect me tomorrow? How am I going to be able to finish the weekend if I start feeling my back on those deadlifts or whatnot? So now you can just see she's getting more and more confidence, and I think she is trusting herself, her body, and she's feeling okay. So I think we're about to see the best version of Emma Lawson.
All right, time for some picks, and perfect transition, because Emma Lawson is my pick for this one. I think she's a lot healthier. I think she's ready to perform. She gets the victory.
My pick for this one is going to be Laura Hovarth. I think she's going to have a great start to Saturday. I think she's fired up and she wants to get to the top of Copenhagen leaderboard.
I'm going to have to agree with Annie. I'm going with Laura Horvath. Even though it does have those GHDs in the middle of it, it's not her greatest movement. I just think when it comes to upper body pull endurance at the end of a workout, it really is tough to bet on anybody but Laura.
I will say I'm nervous to agree with both you guys. It may be the downfall of my picks, but it is going to be Laura Horvath. I will go with that. And I totally agree with you in the sense that, the separator is going to be how tough those 100 pull-ups are at the end. And if I had to put my money on somebody to hold up across 100 at the end of a workout, I'm going to pick her. So that's going to be the separator.
Her grip and her pull are second to none.
Being a climber, it's a good background.
All right, well, that's going to do it for this edition of On the Pulse Live here in Copenhagen, Denmark. The individuals will be coming up later this afternoon, but first, we've got the team competition taking place over on the competition floor. So we're going to send it over to Jeremy Austin and the crew.
Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
Moving day at Bella Arena and the third day of the World Fitness Finals. Hello and welcome to Copenhagen, Denmark. As the heat up on the way to Pro Cards for 2026. Jeremy Austin, Tommy Marquez and Seth Page with you. And thank you for your company wherever you're joining us right around the world. Our elite teams are about to take on to the competition floor for elite workout number 5. And for some teams, Tommy, the pressure is mounting very, very quickly, and it is time for them to move up that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's when you wake up Saturday morning and you're not in a place that you'd hope to be, you start to realize that, you know, we're in the back half of the competition. Your runway to make a move is starting to run out, but there's some interesting team component workouts ahead of us today. So I think for some of the teams that have put a lot of that practice and synchro work in, today's your day to make a move.
Big time, and starting things off with our Elite Team 5 this morning, we will cast our attention to our pro women and pro men. Absolutely electric last night in here at Bella Arena for the lifting. Then we move on to Elite Team number 6, and then we're going to back it up with 6 and 7 for our elite men and women to round off a very busy day number 3.
Yeah, and you honestly, in the breakfast hall this morning, you could still kind of sense the buzzing from last night. A bunch of athletes kind of sneaking some high fives to each other, kind of congratulating, hey, I saw that last night. That was awesome. I won't say who. Maybe a few also said, yeah, I couldn't get to sleep because of it. So we'll have to take a seat and see if they're able to get some recovery this morning.
Let's have a look at our team leaderboard after a couple of days of competition. And not surprising to see Invictus International doing so well and progressing slowly. It was a bit of a slow start in the pool on day number 1, but they are really putting the hammer down now. Team Krieger Vivid within reach. And Team Fleck, they have really impressed me. So top 3 with a little bit of a buffer back to AOD Fitness and Pace Programming. But as we know, anything can happen.
Yeah, and it's interesting now that we've got 2 workouts. I would say the opening workouts at the pool and then the opening one yesterday that were very biased or say very heavily focused on a singular element. Swimming at the pool, running yesterday for that team. Those were the ones where you saw Invictus maybe open up the door for other teams to kind of clip them a little bit. Every time we've gotten back to some stuff that you might see a little bit more frequently in the gym, they've just been phenomenal. And I think we're going to see some more of that. So I think this first one, I think we could see them really start to separate from the rest of the pack. And yeah, it's they're going to lean heavily on the talent of their individual athletes in their roster.
Oh, for sure. Seth, you know better than probably anyone. Teamwork has got to be precise, and the communication levels, especially when fatigue's on board, it's got to be raised fairly high.
Well, a lot of things we talk about in competition is movement efficiency, but movement efficiency takes on a whole new meaning when 2 athletes have to do it together at the same exact time. So when you see anything that goes synchronized, you have to make sure that both athletes are on the same page in terms of their ability to do that as smooth as possible.
Plenty going on this morning for Elite Team 5, starting off with some synchronized work on the pull-up rig.
Yep, as you see the team starting to make their way out to the floor. We're going to have some synchronized work on the pull-up bar. And we're going to get to see the warm for the first time.
Oh, excited. Especially a lunging component.
Next up is Fear.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a single implement that's been introduced to the team competition that has been more impactful than the worm.
It's difficult. The heavier it is, the harder it is. And once that fatigue level starts to build and teams aren't used to what they're doing, but what an implement to bring in that has pretty much introduced the competition years ago and has just stayed the entire way through. And it will continue, I'm sure. Our lane assignments for the first of our Elite Team heats.
1 minute.
And really, this one is anyone's, but it is time for our teams to start making a move. We do call the Saturday moving day, but a lot of teams moved yesterday. So really with a 4-day event over the entire week here for the World Fitness Finals, you potentially got 2 moving days.
Yeah, or a whole weekend of moving around, right? I mean, when you have as many events as you have in a longer weekend like this, there's just so many opportunities to gain points. So if you do have one bad event, remember that one event is a much smaller percentage of your overall score, so you really can't fret too much about that.
And if you know your history, moving day was typically coined because Saturday we'd often see a two-parter and we'd see a double-scored workout on Saturday, so you would have more points up for grabs for those athletes, and so that kind of became the de facto label for Saturday. But two workouts here, so they're just going to have to use the entirety of the weekend to make their move.
M4U just on screen before. And one component, synchronized bar muscle-ups. Fear with some good rhythm early. This is our 5th workout of the weekend, and it is team number 5. And a lot of work to get through.
You're going to see athletes working in male-female pairs to start. They'll work through 30 synchro bar muscle-ups, 15 per pair. Then they'll all get together for a little party at the worm. 45-meter worm lunge. Back to the bar, they're going to split up 60 synchro chest-to-bar pull-ups, then worm shoulder to overhead as they rejoin, and synchro shoulder to overhead. Apologies, that's on the barbell. Then you're going to see more chest-to-bar pull-ups, more worm lunging, and then more synchro bar muscle-ups, almost kind of like a pyramid kind of chipper. See lane 2 M4U team. You see the synchronized element comes at the top. You have to be at a lockout above the bar in a support position together.
And our blueprint presented by Velitas.
So much work done on the pull-up rig. Grip management comes at a priority, especially when you bookend it with the highest skill component like the bar muscle-ups. And then backup plan. I mean, so many teams come out there with this aggressive plan. Yeah, we're going to go unbroken. But do you have a plan when, hey, one of our athletes hits the wall, hits fatigue, or we get off sync on the worm movements? Have multiple backup plans that you can switch to in an instant in case anyone has to maybe take a little bit of a rest on the side for a second.
No time to rest in this. 20 minutes as our team cooked, get to work. Jonas Lucas, Britta, and Maria.
Earlier, you mentioned how hard the worm implement actually is for these teams, and there are so many little complexities to it in terms of where you stack your athletes in height, who's the strongest athlete, depends which side of the worm you want to put them on, where the ladies go compared to the guys, and so a lot of things to practice. If you're a team, you don't have a worm to work on, you're in big trouble stepping out here trying to figure it out on the fly.
And Tommy, you're obviously a lot taller than the rest of us here in the booth. But how much sag do you want of that worm in between athletes, and who takes the brunt of that?
And honestly, that's kind of one of the nuances that Seth was talking about, right? Like, if I know one of our strongest athletes is towards the front and he's comfortable with just a little bit more sag, he's going to bear a little bit more weight of that, and he's kind of biting the bullet. You see the athlete in the back is going to get a little bit of a break. You kind of have to kind of mess with that as the weekend goes along. You'll see some people switching orders, but for the most part, person in the front kind of gets a raw deal sometimes.
And they also can't see any other team members if you're in the front. So you're hoping that your communication's on point and your timing's on point, because yelling on the floor over the music and the MCs is quite a challenge in itself as well.
And depending on the height difference and where your lunge step is, you'll see some teams start to kind of cant their angle a little bit. So when you step forward in the lunge, if you have an athlete that has a longer step or is a little bit taller, then they can't step directly forward without running into the athlete in front of them. So you'll see them adjust just slightly to clear some space for them to make that step. Just another thing you have to think about and be aware of, rather than just focusing on your breathing, focusing on your recovery, and trying to make sure you don't burn up.
Fear on their way back and making up a little bit of time. And you say, like, leading from the front is something that you want to be doing. Rasmus doing a great job for Fear. Leading on the way down, but at the back, still communicating on the way back down the floor towards the middle of the road rig in the center here of Bella Arena.
One of the athletes for Fear, Rasmus, going no hands on the worm. Another little grip management piece right there, so you're not just holding your arms up. And
we don't need hands.
Yeah.
We're good.
You mentioned communication between the team earlier, and basically the best teams do what I would call silent communication. So they're just either using hand signals or certain body language or certain tempos that the team kind of responds to, so you're not relying on having to hear each other.
Lovisa and Magnus getting to work for CrossFit Smedjen, and they have been steady along the first couple of days of competition, and their synchronization perfect.
So if you see some of the athletes in the middle right there in lane 5, the Lat-Am team, they're facing inward, both on the same pull-up bar. This A-frame rig, you have 2 separate heights on the pull-up bar. Regardless of what bar you pick, athletes have to face inward. So for one of the taller athletes like myself, you're going to go to that taller pull-up bar, and you actually get a good look at your teammate as well.
Magnus, Lovisa, they are complete. And for Team Fear, Anton and Emma, just to the far left of your screen. I love the way Emma was just looking across mid-reps.
It's a long workout. We're already 6 minutes into this workout, but it's a 20-minute time cap. So there's
And are we going to see any athletes in the field, I doubt it very highly, going into a kipping pull-up motion?
Like a more traditional C-kip?
Traditional C-kip as opposed to the butterfly, just to get that synchronization? Or is that just going to be a factor of fatigue once they do come back to the A-frame rig in the middle here on the way back down?
If the volume was higher, then you might see it more often, but with the lower volume, I don't think you'll see it as much, but it is possible if one of the 2 teammates is really struggling that they switch to that to slow it down a bit.
You may see that on the second to last rep, where like, hey, we just got out of sync really quick. Let's just knock 2 out,
run out.
And we know that this is going to get us there. You've seen some funky stuff when it comes to that final rep, and everybody's out of sync and tired, and your arms are full of blood.
I've seen 3 or 4 no reps in a row trying to get the final rep of a set like that.
Smedjen still in the lead in the maroon shirts. And Bleda and Hedda finishing off the second pair. Magnus and Lovisa. The swap comes in now. Hedda in the purple and black. Bleta in that maroon shirts. And looks like it is CrossFit Smedjen in first. Fear into second, and the Lat-Am team, which we did see at tour stop number 2, into that third position, and the worm causing teams issues from the get-go.
This is way big out movement, everybody.
When it comes to synchronizing something like a shoulder to overhead, each rep has that kind of additional pause that you wouldn't see somebody do necessarily if it was an individual. So that extra little second of holding it overhead, that time under tension, actually really adds up significantly.
I feel like especially in the framework of this workout, you start to see some athletes get really tight up through the thoracic, making that overhead position just a little bit more difficult, especially if you're holding and fighting that for that extra second, you know?
Emma trying a different version of a 45-degree angle skip. Athletes must stay within the confines of their box. Another thing I'm going to throw you guys as well, talking about that height before, Tommy, with the worm. It's going to be the same deal with a pull-up, with the shoulder to overhead, because it's going to take extra time for taller athletes. And if you're matched up with a shorter athlete, How do you synchronize that? And how do you get your timing spot on?
Well, I can scratch my knee standing up, so my arm length is really going to be an issue most times when that happens. So anytime I've done like a pairs or team workout where we have to get synchroed, it's always been I'm just going to go, and the shorter, more proficient athlete in pull-ups is going to pace off of me. They're going to be the ones that, up-regulate, down-regulate, and let the taller, longer athlete just focus on their natural rhythm, because that's going to be the limiter in the situation.
Magnus to the far right, Oscar in the middle. And Anton just swapping out now. Velites, grab your free WFP and Velites wristbands today. Just scan that QR code on your screen. And Lucas, we saw some video of you with your segment on the OTP live show, getting through some double unders, and you said how difficult they were going to be. That's going to be for our pro men and pro women coming up. We've just got some regular doubles, but they're still going to be fatiguing, considering they've gone through some bar muscle ups, some shoulder to overhead, and some pull-ups already.
Oh, no doubt. It's actually a little bit evil to put it right at the kind of end point of this chipper and heading the way back. You're already tired, and then you're like, all right, hang on to this rope for big sets, and then come back and put the barbell back over your head. It's just like a little cherry on top of fatigue. The speed rope's not super challenging, but in terms of total volume that they're building, it will certainly add to it heading back through the floor.
And I got to give you credit. You were looking crispy on those dubs.
Jeez,
Crispy.
I appreciate that. It surprised me. It was way harder than I thought.
Here in the middle of the floor, the green teams who started jumping.
Copenhagen, it's so good to see all of you here. I hope you guys are ready for an epic day. I want to meet you guys throughout Saturday here at Bella Arena.
And a double unders from Lucas Ozaki, propelling the LATAM team into a much better position on the return leg. Double unders complete now for our top three teams. Smedjan, LATAM, and FIA. And Lavisa with some great overhead position. She's just to the back.
You see a little bit of struggle there, having to kind of hold that bar overhead for the male athlete because he kind of jumped the gun maybe just a little bit.
I did notice as well with Lavisa, with that overhead position, she was sending her feet a little bit wider to limit the amount of distance that bar had to travel.
That's actually a really interesting point. So when you're cycling a moderate load with the barbell, a lot of times you're taught to have your feet directly underneath your hips to generate that power upward. But if it's not a max load, you can get away with having the feet as wide as shoulder width or even wider than that, so that you don't have to do what I call the push jerk dance, where you jump up and land, bring your feet back to center, jump up, land, bring your feet back to center. You just keep it at a slightly wider width, and it gives you enough space still to push your hips down below the bar and receive the bar locked out overhead. So you see that wide base, that's an efficiency thing.
My push jerk dance is doing 1 foot in, 1 foot out, just kind of.
The single.
Yeah.
I like that.
Turn it all about.
Yeah, exactly.
Lavisa and Magnus continue their progress. Team FIA, Freya and Anton get finished up.
Tommy talked about the taller athlete just kind of setting their pace on the chest to bar. In lane 4, you can see exactly what he's talking about. The shorter, more proficient female is looking over to her left at the bigger male, timing up her pull-ups with his rep speed.
LATAM not too far away from finishing. Emma and Anton now partnering up for the pull-ups. You're obviously going to have strengths and weaknesses within your team as well. Who gets to do more work, who does less?
And that's, also goes into the decision on who you're going to pair with, right? Naturally, you always think that maybe the two best athletes you might pair up based on strengths, and sometimes, Seth is ripping pull-ups. We know he can throttle up and throttle down a little bit better, so he's going to throw them together with me while I'm struggling on the pull-up rig and end up being a better pair overall.
One thing's for sure, they definitely test this stuff out ahead of time.
Yep. And I do like, that's one of the things I like about the addition of synchro movements and the worm in particular is it has like this snowball effect when no reps start to pile up. And it really reinforces the need for teamwork, communication.
Anita and Ricardo for LATAM. Their synchronization has propelled them straight into second place as CrossFit Smedjen, Lavisa at the fronts. And Bleta, not surprising to see him take a fair bit of the load at the back of that worm, but the LATAM team seem to be moving a little bit freer on that worm lunge.
And if they were able to make up some ground on those chest-to-bar pull-ups, could be a little indicator of maybe they're excited to get back to the bar muscle-ups. Maybe they've saved a little bit more in the tank, or they got a little bit more to give on the pulling movements.
One thing about the worm here, you may think that they're moving slow. It looks like they're moving slow, but they're really not. They're moving perfectly, because if you get a no rep with the worm, or you have to drop the worm, the amount of time you lose for a simple little mistake costs you far more than just being perfect with each and every step.
It's so demoralizing to get that no rep and have to dump the worm onto the ground, and then you're just staring there, thinking about what you just did wrong.
And no one wants to pick it back up.
Yeah.
Anna, Lucas, Anita and Ricardo, your new leaders for the LATAM team. We were wondering when we were going to see that move made. Now, is this a strategic move from them just to pace it out a little bit? We are 16 and a half minutes in with a couple of minutes to go. And they were very good on their bar muscle-up synchronization. Is that middle section where they sort of slowed down and just almost took a hit?
You know, they probably, like I said, tested a lot of this stuff earlier, so they know what sets in the middle sections that they can maintain in terms of chest-to-bar pull-up, shoulder overhead, things like that. And then they also know that the worm is quite fatiguing and metabolically demanding. So a lot of times it's not that their legs can't keep lunging, it's that everyone's breathing so heavy, or even one of the four athletes is struggling so bad that the entire team needs to take a rest. You can see him hunched over there breathing like, how much time are you going to give me before we got to pick this back up? So it's really setting yourself up for success with the worm.
And LATAM taking full advantage of the rest of CrossFit Smedjen and Team Fear. LATAM are doing themselves plenty of favors.
You see LATAM choosing to keep the same order in terms of orientation on the worm, so that requires them to kind of adjust communication-wise so that the lead athlete on each length changes. And if you're making sure that the athlete in front is the one cueing, then you're going back and forth between two athletes being the communicator on the worm each time. A couple of teams on the outside switched orders.
If you just look at their eyes where they're gazing, they're usually looking down at the feet of the person in front of them. And if you can't hear or communicate any other way, all you have to do is match the step of the person in front of you, and there's a good chance you'll stay synced enough that you won't have any issues.
Our LATAM team starting the day in 29th. And not a great day in the pool for 1A and 1B. Lucas and Anita getting to work straight away. Now this is an interesting one. Fear jumping into seconds. 90 seconds left. 15 bar muscle up synchronized between your first pair and your second pair. Anton and Emma just to the left of your screen, about to get started. They've got to get to work.
Ooh, and LATAM just got a no rep. The male athlete went down for another rep right before his teammate was locked out.
And Ricardo synchronizing their uniforms pretty well. And just a little bit out of that sync. Ricardo able to do that full press out without transition. And at this point in time, it's not really going to matter. They are well in front. The LATAM team and strategized perfectly.
Yeah, absent of that little hiccup on their first pairing, they basically went unbroken on their set of 15, and then their second pair hops up and rips 10.
Ricardo looking around going, do we do more or do we just wait here? Nope, we just wait. The LATAM team. Much better start than day one of competition, finishing with a 34th and 33rd in the pool.
And under the break, we ask all judges to meet us in the center of the floor. All judges to the center of the floor.
Surprised to see not a team finish that under the cap.
LATAM team very close to getting that done. Only a few reps short. I think it might have been 5. But a good start to our elite team competition, day number 3 here at Bella Arena.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Our first heat underway. Seth, please, I'd love to enlighten the viewers on exactly what you thought of heat number 1 for the first workout of day number 3.
Well, I personally liked the workout. Quite entertaining. And I think the other teams to follow probably found it entertaining as well, because they were definitely trying to watch, picking up some of the nuance of how it was broken up or how the best teams kind of paced it out. Probably had some coaches writing down split times on different movements to try to pace out the teams to the entirety of this kind of chipper style workout. Again, a little surprised to not see a single team finish under the cap, but that just goes to show you how much each of these stations are really adding on the fatigue as they, make their way up and down the floor.
Very close to finishing. The LATAM team saw them in tour top number 2 in Mesa, Arizona. And obviously, the more you work together in competition, the better you're going to get.
For sure. But the one thing I think that presents an interesting wrinkle here is there's so much movement across the floor. That's not always something you can plan for in terms of transitions, because not everyone has a space like this to be able to practice these.
All right, let's head down to the competition floor for the first time today. And LATAM team standing by with Amy Bream.
All right, guys, really great effort out there. I know I've spoken to you before, and you guys have mentioned that you really enjoy gymnastics movements, and that certainly had a lot of gymnastics. How did that feel?
Fine. Is what the team playing. We love gymnastics. Bar muscle up, chest to bar. The barbell is heavy, but not too much. And the very difficult part is the lunges, because the worm is heavy.
The worm is heavy. Well, I think you guys handled that well. How does it feel to be here in Copenhagen? I know you guys were in tour stop 2 with a 3rd place finish. And how does it feel to be here with so many athletes and competing pretty far from home?
Oh, it's amazing compete in this place. The people is beautiful, the country is beautiful, this arena is beautiful, and so excited for this opportunity.
Well, it's been exciting to watch you guys. Congratulations, and we'll see you the rest of today and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Amy. Everything's beautiful, except for the worm.
Yeah.
I like Lucas. Everything was good, except for the worm lunges.
Heavy.
They're relieved in their interviews. They're done, the work.
Yeah.
They're relieved.
Do the teams that are sitting in the corral about to come onto the floor listen to that interview and go, the worm lunges and the barbell's heavy after the work being done and the fatigue levels over the last couple of days? Do you put that into a factor within your team?
I think they know already. Like if they're really out here to compete, they have the experience to know how these things kind of stack up. But yeah, it's a stark reminder when you get to see the teams go before you and then hear what they say and go, oh. Yeah, now I remember how that feels. That's right. Okay, we better check in for this one.
It's not what we wanted.
Well, they also probably looked at the fact that no team finished, and LATAM at the end went 15-10 on their bar muscle-ups and couldn't get under the cap. And so they're kind of maybe doing the calculations in their head and all the transitions and maybe kind of looking at each other like, uh-oh, maybe we got to go faster than maybe we planned.
It'd be interesting to see if they actually get baited by trying to go faster in the worm and if there are any no reps in this heat coming.
Well, we saw CrossFit's Mention get out to that big lead and start lunging fast on the first length of the 45-meter worm. And coming round to that second portion of the 45 meters really started to sting. So have they gone out a little bit too hot?
Well, when they put the worm down during that break, they sat there for a good 30 seconds at least before they picked it back up.
Well, there's some sneaky leg work in there, right? You're doing all this worm lunging in one direction, and then you have, 2 sets of shoulder to overhead in 3 movements, and you're using all that leg drive there. And then what's your reward? You go back to the lunge, and then suddenly you have to use your legs a little bit more. So it may not be the priority or the thing that you think about immediately, but just kind of remaining under tension with that synchro shoulder to overhead takes a little bit of pop out of the quads and legs.
Lane assignments for heat number 2 of our first workout of day number 3. It has absolutely flown by, but we have got so much more for you right across our next 2 days of competition. Stenstedt, Bullman, Molnier. They are going to be in lane number 6. Laura, Alexis, Quentin, and Julian.
30 seconds.
It's a great start from the US Army Warrior Fitness team in the pool. And Isabella just setting off her weight belts.
10 seconds.
And one method.
Stand by.
They will be starting from lane number 1, the far left of your screen. Now, going by the interview yesterday with the teenagers, very impressed, not just with what they were able to do, but their experience level at such a young age.
We're getting into that era of the sport now where you have some kids that, as a part of that first evolution of athletes, they were the daughter, son, the kid troop of those athletes in the gym or in those people that were the early adopters, and now they've essentially grown up with this type of training from the time they're 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So a lot of this is a little bit more familiar to them.
Love it. It is Elite Team 5, presented by Velitas.
You're watching these teams hit in male-female pairs, 30 synchro bar muscle-ups. You're going to do 15 per pair. Go over to the worm for some lunging. Continue down the floor for some synchro chest to bar pull-ups. Then some synchro shoulder to overhead. They're going to split some double unders and then turn around and go back the way you came, finishing back on the bar for 30 synchro bar muscle-ups. 166 kilo worm and 80 and 56 kilos on the barbell.
It's difficult to get teenagers to do anything. How do you get them in the gym and working this hard? That's what I like.
Routine building, right? You ingrain it in them early so it doesn't feel like you're forcing them to do it. Or I think what my parents said is, we made it seem like you made the decision to do it, not us.
So this is not a chore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, from a coaching perspective, when you teach them new skills and they think they've accomplished something and they get this new confidence, then they're super excited to get better at it because they want to show it off to everybody else.
Yeah. I believe they call that Riz.
Yeah, that's right. Ultimate Gym Riz.
This is the blueprint presented by Velitas.
So much upper body pulling on the rig. Grip management is going to be key. Making sure you have some in the tank for the way back. And then having a backup plan. A lot of teams have their plan out set, but when you get hit with a no rep on the worm or you start to hit failure on the rig, make sure you have a couple of different backup options to adjust and maybe throw in a few breaks here and there.
Stenset, Bullman, Molnir. Hot on the heels of Team Tactical, who are heading back 15 meters 3 times. And both of you gentlemen have mentioned the fatigue levels and the accumulation of fatigue over the last couple of days. It's just that sneaky burn.
Well, what that burn does is it elevates your heart rate. So even if you're dealing with a sneaky burn and you can keep lunging, those fatigue legs end up jacking up your heart rate, and that's what gets uncomfortable is the combination of the two. And that's going to happen faster the less you are recovered from prior events.
Shemar leading the way for Team Tactical.
One method just got sent back. Got a little out of sync there in their worm lunges.
And trying to get the synchronization perfected. Well, no, we've seen some teams over the years do that. Mayhem were very good at getting that synchronization perfect. It just comes down to practice.
Like Seth said, too, it's so demoralizing when you have a no rep on the worm and you have to set it down. That becomes more of an issue as you get fatigued later on. And as you mentioned, Mayhem, that was one of the hallmarks of their championship runs and their dominance is the unspoken communication, right? They knew if something got out of whack, it was a hand signal, it was something really quick, and they were right back on it. They minimized the damage of no reps and getting out of sync.
Another thing that I know, a very well-known coach in the space, Adam Neifer, from CrossFit for Vancouver, had teams at the games since the beginning of time, basically. He would take his team and they would go for mile walks with the worm. So you want to get comfortable with that worm, you would put that on your shoulder as a team and go for a mile. Not a run, obviously, but you would just have to deal with the time under tension on that. And at a certain point, you go numb to it and you just can deal with it.
You can't see that here in the booth, but Jeremy just gave us a look when he heard miles with the worm. I don't think I've ever seen that face.
That's 1.6K. That's a long way.
It'll change your perception of a 15-meter lunge with the worm on your shoulders.
Correct. Now, you're saying that they're spending some time with the worm. Are you doing it in a Zercher carry, or are you mixing it up, or are you just doing it in the normal shoulder position?
I think the majority of it would be in that position that you're going to do the majority of the movements in. So you have the clean and jerk, the thruster, the shoulder to overhead, the lunges with the worm. It's almost always racked on one shoulder or the other. So that would be the amount of time, or the place you want to train the most amount of time.
Team Tactical. About to get finished up, but it is Stenset, Bullman and Molnir. Laura and Julian. Laura going a little deep to catch that barbell, and going back to Lucas's interview previously with Latam, saying the barbell was heavy, and it probably is going to feel a little bit heavier after all the work that's been done prior.
We're starting to see them, as they get fatigued, start to shuffle the feet a little bit more, doing that dance.
Alexia and Quentin get to work. The team Stenset, Bullman and Molnir. Tactical taking a break in the black shirts. They are in lane number 7. But our French team plowing forwards. Double unders commence.
That second set of shoulder to overhead from their second pair, and Stenset, Bullman, and Mjolnir, was a lot cleaner.
From a programming snob perspective, such as myself, I have to say this is actually a really well-written workout. The there's not one sticking point that you're going to be able to kind of pinpoint as the issue for all teams. There's a mix of grip, shoulder fatigue, leg fatigue, overall metabolic demand. You're not sure which of those things is going to stick the next athlete up. So it's actually really well written and very makes it very interesting to watch.
Noticeable factor for most of the athletes are the knee sleeves. And we're not doing that to support the knees per se, but it's at the bottom of that lunge.
Yeah, as someone that has a tendency to bury the knee on the lunge, it's just a little bit of extra padding, but usually you see some athletes kind of roll them down a little bit for the double unders. I've noticed that if you're running or jumping in double unders, you see Laura from Stenson, Bowman, and Mjolnir just flying through these double unders. It can actually cause the blood to pool a little bit at the bottom in your calves because it restricts blood flow just a little bit, and you'll actually have some people cramp and have their calves blow up a little bit quicker. But overall volume-wise, given how fast she's going, if you look at the 300 total, it's about 75 per athlete. That's not a crazy amount, so I think it's manageable enough where you don't have to make those adjustments.
So Laura, with the knee sleeves still on, Alexia coming on now to finish off those double unders, moving the knee sleeves down, just something she's going to have to adjust. But that's an important factor to keep in mind.
We also look at what Laura's double under technique was like. She wasn't jumping as high, a little bit faster cadence, a little bit more emphasis on the movement through the shoulders. So without as high of a jump and a little bit lower arc, maybe not so worried about the blood pooling in the calves.
Brenton and Alexia for Stenson, Bullman, Molnir, partners in life. What better way than to synchronize your movements together? But this is Elite Team number 5, presented by Velitas.
We see them on the back half of this kind of down and back chipper. Currently, teams are on the first set of synchro shoulder to overhead, the 300 double unders. Split up between the teams. Is that turnaround point, and you're going to go back the way you came as Stenson, Bullman, and Mjolnir is now on that second synchro shoulder to overhead?
I think they just had to weather the storm a little bit from Team Tactical, who went out to a very quick lead. But they have settled into a really good rhythm. Laura filling in the IF3 competition last week. Doing a great job. Hey, come on down. Come and join us.
Great job. They won.
Hey, we got this other comp coming up. Just come with us. Book a flight. Here we are.
We got some momentum. Just keep the engine warm.
Jeremy, you just mentioned teams coming out to a fast start. The experienced teams don't worry about that if someone's pulling ahead early on, because they know in a workout that's going to take 18 to 20 minutes that the back half is everything. So someone can come out as fast as they want, but they may have just given away time by resting way too much as they head back down the floor the other way. So it is pretty important that if you practice this or have an idea of what that pace should be, that you stick to that pace the entire time and don't let other teams influence you.
Whoa, we're seeing like a shallow depth push press here from
Fenella. After my own heart. Strict press a whole lot. Don't worry about dipping. Let's just press this thing.
Usually you'd want to use as much, lower body as you can.
Usually.
I would love an explanation on that, because maybe there's something there.
Yeah, hopefully she's all right.
Right.
It's not done out of...
if you don't want to fatigue your lower body any more than you have to, don't bend your knees or your hips. Simple.
Well, there's a little thing about having to use too much energy, which, again, trying to keep the heart rate in control, that will certainly jack that up.
Yeah. But at what cost, Jeremy? At what cost?
Yeah. A lot of costs.
One method on their way back to the shoulder to overhead. As Stenson, Bullman, Molnir.
Your leaders, they made the turn under 10 minutes, so they were actually done with all 300 double unders, the halfway point being about 150 through that. They were back to the second shoulder to overhead just around that 10-minute mark. So if this position holds, they should be able to get under the time cap. The leaders from the previous heat LATAM team made it back to the shoulder to overheads past 11 minutes. So already seeing an improvement in pace.
Laura and Julian for Stented, Bullman, Molnir working well together. Quentin and Alexia. See, I like that. Alexia keeping an eye on exactly what he's doing in case he's doing it wrong.
You gotta have someone in control.
She'll tell him straight away.
That's right.
Van Heim, Divergence, jumping in a third place position. Team Tactical, they're currently in second, all chasing down your leaders.
And again, just to paint a picture, all the details are pre-planned by these teams, even the details of who's going first or second on those chest to bar before they turn around and immediately pick the worm up. Those most confident in the worm should go second on the chest to bar because they're not going to get as much rest.
Quentin and Alexia from Stented, Bullman, Molnir, just getting a little bit out of sync, but all finished up now. They're going to be the first to commence the lunge.
They must have heard you, Jeremy. You've got a little C-kip action for that last rep.
Hey, not my first rodeo. When I'm working out, I'm only C-kipping.
Ah.
I got rid of the butterfly many moons ago. So, you know what? I'm just going to get stronger, not faster.
I'm with you.
It's the plight of the Masters athlete.
Yes, yes, sir. Julian leading team, Stented, Bullman, Molnir down the floor. And they're in a very good position to be one of our only teams to get this finished. And that mental factor of that first team member coming over that yellow line, but knowing your last member's got to do that, so you've got to keep going. It's like, yeah, the mirage.
It really is.
So just an aside, Fenella from CrossFit Bath got a quad strain, so not able to use those legs as much as she'd like. I'm not sure how that is going to play out when they do get to the lunge.
That makes more sense, and honestly, it is a testament to her strength and grit that she's still able to get through those reps.
With a strain like that, when you take lunge steps, you want to try to get that front foot out so you're at about 90-degree angle. That way the ankle, shin, knee are stacked straight. If the knee gets out over the toe, you're going to feel a much larger stretch.
Laura, Quentin, Alexia, Julian leading the way in the second heats of 4. 5 minutes remaining. And Van Heim Divergent starting their lunge. Teenagers continuing. Ole and Isabella. And you've got to think, for youngsters coming up, this loading's heavy.
Yeah, they're probably used to maybe moving something like this in training or in strength sets, but under fatigue and with a little bit of interference in the framework of a full workout like this, one of the things that you see as the separators from the teenage divisions to the older adults in the pro and elite divisions is you might see them excel or be able to catch up when it comes to cardiovascular or gymnastics movements. But the ability to handle moderate to heavy loads for reps is really one of the separators.
And what we used to think is heavy is not really as heavy anymore.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Considering we saw like a teenager last night snatch 120 or whatever it was. So it just, I think we sometimes can underestimate what they're actually capable of these days. It's kind of mind-blowing. When we started, we wouldn't have even sniffed those weights, and now it's just normal.
Yeah.
Stented, Bullman, Molnir.
120 was a good snatch at the elite men division.
Right?
Team Tactical have made up a lot of ground in lane number 7. And they are only about 15 seconds behind our leaders. Van Heim Divergence have got 2 lengths remaining. Julian and Laura continuing a bit out of sync on the way up, but requirement just to be locked out at the top.
As they get more fatigued, you see them being more patient with leaning the torso back behind the bar and trying to bring those knees up to maximize that hip opening that they can get for that upward energy for the turnover, because their arms have had enough.
2.5 minutes remain, which is going to be plenty of time for the final 15. Synchronized bar muscle-ups for Quentin and Alexia.
And I think that's a testament to their teamwork there. They started to have to change up their kip and their cadence a little bit around rep 8, still able to hold on and stay on the bar for that full set of 15.
Isabel and Chema from Tactical on the right side. Quentin and Alexia on the left side in the blue, the black and red. They are 1 and 2. Vanheim Divergent make their way to the bar muscle-ups, but potentially could be running out of time. The last 4 reps for Quentin and Alexia. Impressive performance from Stenset Bullman Molnir. Tactical about to finish off. Hunter and Alex are about to go, but our first team to get things finished here at Bella Arena. Day number 3 of competition for the World Fitness Finals. Stenset Bullman Molnir. Team Tactical done with the first 15, and they have got to get to work. 45 seconds remain. Isabel and Chema making their way down to the finish line.
The next best time from the previous heat, 10 reps on that bar muscle up. So by virtue of that hand going up, they've secured themselves the second best time so far. And for a team in Tactical that came in, their best finish of the weekend so far was a 25th. They've all but guaranteed an improvement on their best finish for the weekend. So starting to build a little bit of momentum as we move on here.
Anna and Alex finish up for Team Tactical with less than 10 seconds. The hardest part's a little hurdle. But 2 teams getting finished. What a performance. No teams getting done in Heat 1, only 2. In Heat 2, we have 2 more heats to come. But impressive from the French team.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Plenty of work getting done by our elite teams. Day number 3, what a start. And Tommy, you mentioned it in the last couple of days. We get to that sort of generic CrossFit programming. Makes things a little bit easier for some of the teams if that's only what they practice. But our Stenset Bullman Molnir team, Laura, Alexia, Quentin, and Julian. An awesome performance to get that done and get over that finish line under that 20-minute time cap. And they are standing by with Amy Bream.
All right, guys, great work there. Obviously, this is workout 5 of the weekend, but by far, this requires the most cohesiveness as a team, and I know you guys compete together a lot. How much did that play a factor in this?
0 time, no title. The 3 athletes, Quentin, Alexia, and Julien, no, really, they are a team. And me, I'm just here for 2 competitions, so it's the second time we work together. We are really happy to see some gymnastic on the floor. We loved it, so cool.
Well, you said 0 time in 2 competitions, and the last was just over a week ago, correct? That the 4 of you competed together, and that was at World Championships. You guys placed first, so I think it's going pretty well. How did that affect your strategy going into this weekend, knowing you guys just competed less than 2 weeks ago?
Yes, it was really amazing for us. It's an opportunity that I replaced for the EF3 championship, and it's the first time that we were together at the EF3, and we won it. So just amazing. And the director of the World Championship invited us, so it's just amazing, and second time for us. So for the strategy, we love the gym, like I said before, so just go really, really fast and do what we want.
Well, it's working out pretty well for you. Congrats, guys. Excited to see you the rest of the day.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm glad we got Julian coming in late, cleaning up all the mess from his team. Quentin, oi, get in here. We're doing an interview. But impressive performance so far. 2 teams getting over the finish line. Team Tactical and our team just in an interview. Stenson, Bullman, Molnir, and Laura. Spokesperson for the team, coming in as the new team member in the IF3 World Championships and winning that. Hey, let's keep that trajectory going.
Was that in the job description? We're going to need you to do some thrusters and interviews for us because we plan on winning.
Might be the most important part.
Yeah.
So, Seth, you look at strategy from Heat 1 and then we move to Heat 2. What did Heat 2 do better?
The only thing I actually noticed was that they just took slightly less rest between sets. So things they had to break up, they continued to break up, but they didn't hesitate when they had to jump back up, specifically on things like the gymnastics.
Not too far away from bringing our third of 4 heats onto the competition floor. Now, one factor, it is relatively cool in Bella Arena at the moment. And I know they've got their air conditioners blowing cold air everywhere. It's very cold outside. And for some of the teams coming into this, they're not used to working out or competing in that cold weather.
I love it when it's warm and hot. Keeps the joints nice and loose, you know?
Less warm up?
Yeah. But I do think by the time they hit this competition floor, they're loose and ready to go.
My adrenaline will be pumping to the point I wouldn't even think about the temperature.
The Grit House sitting in lane 5, and a team that we expected to not be in this third heat. They really pushed Invictus hard for tour stop number 2. But I think it's about time that they got to work. Kevin and Amanda sitting next to me at breakfast this morning. Not too many words were said. Just fuel up, get to work.
I don't know. Those waffles at the breakfast bar, they took.
I know.
They took my breath away, so there wasn't much being spoken there either.
But you got to think, Grit House as a collective team, they work very well as a team in going through these movements. Amanda just getting her riser set. The Northern Heavy were good last night. Caroline, Kevin look like they are going to be partnering up. Amanda and Quinn make up the rest of Team Grit House. Underway. This is our third heat. We have one more to come. We have 2 teams that have crossed the finish line. Stenson, Bullman, Molnir, and Team Tactical. But it is Elite Team 5. A lot of work to get done. Strategy important, and presented by Velitas.
They're going to start in these male-female pairs where they'll work through some synchronized bar muscle-ups, 15 per pair. They'll get together for the worm lunge, split back up and synchronized chest-to-bar pull-ups. They'll do some synchro shoulder to overhead. As a team, they'll work through 300 double unders and turn around and come back in reverse order the way they came. Same scenario, breaking up for the rig work, getting back together for the worm.
Get underway. Grid house. Synchronization, good. Kevin and Caroline getting done very quickly. This is the blueprint. How best to strategize. Our 5th workout of the competition presented by Velitas.
Well, there's so much work on the pull-up rig. Grip management is going to be key. We've seen some teams be able to still rip unbroken sets of the bar muscle-ups at the end. That's good grip management for sure. And then having a backup plan when you get out of sync, when you maybe start to shuffle a little bit with the worm, making sure that you have a plan to adjust in the event of a no rep. That's the hallmark of a good team.
Have a backup plan for when you get punched in the face. And no doubting that this worm is going to be doing just that. Team TBD getting to work. If you do notice in lane number 3, there is a blank lane, and that is Krieger Mad Mama, unfortunately having to withdraw from competition. Wish those guys all the very best. Team TBD, Daniel Freya, Mia, and Jonas make their way down the floor. Oh,
there we go.
Turn it up. How about that? The crowd responds. And I like the fact that Jonas was at one end, Daniel at the other. They do the flip and turn. Don't put it down. Are they going to do this same thing on the way back?
That's as smooth as it gets. I don't think I've seen it executed that well, maybe ever.
They better do it on the way back, because that was impressive.
You set the bar too high.
All right, Heat 4, what have you got? This is what we're doing. Team TBD. And Jonas will continue past that yellow line.
See the back athlete really stretching on that last lunge, hoping to maybe take a step out.
I wish there were style points in this sport, but there are not. But I just wish, because that is a 10.
I wonder moving forward now, if that is going to be added as a component. Like, obviously, you could walk yourself around and adjust it on your shoulder. But there might be a time when you do get to the worm lunge, you can't put it down, or that is going to be an entire no rep.
There's certainly unbroken segments that are mandatory, but yeah, I mean, that may be the smoothest way to change direction.
How to make it more difficult for the teams.
Yeah.
They just have. But these guys absolutely killing it.
Well, the nature of the team competition with all the different moving parts is very often kind of an open source process, right? You see one team do something, you're like, oh, I like that. Let's try that out. And very quickly, something that is an advantage for one team early on becomes the standard for everyone else shortly thereafter.
Mia and Jonas get to work in their first sets of 30 chest to bars. Oh, no reps sneaking in.
That judge calling it tight right there.
Oh, big time.
Very tight.
There wasn't much in that, but it's right on the money.
They seem unfazed, though.
Now, what's another rep? We get all the fitness. North and Heavy, the far rights of your screen. They're in lane number 9. Are your second team to the pull-up rig. I'm still trying to get over that worm transition. We get to see it twice more, though, which is even better.
That better be clipped for social media, that's all I got to say.
And we saw in earlier heats where, you know, some athletes did, or some teams did choose to go on opposite sides of the rig to look at each other as they went, but everyone so far sticking on the same side of the rig.
I think it's just not a common thing they would do in training, and they're just so used to being next to each other with it. I feel like, why switch it up? Very few gyms have an A-frame like that.
Oh, that's a tough no rep from Krieger World. They got out of sync on that last lunge, having to go back.
That's a tough one. And Dino Smage just at the back, just not hearing the call.
And even how they picked that up, you could tell there's a little bit of breakdown in communication, because They're trying to figure out, are we going all the way to the shoulder and walking this back? Those little things are indicators of, hey, maybe they're generally out of sync communication-wise.
Selvig just trying to get a quick start. Adam, Verena, and Dino making up Krieger World.
And that just shows you how important communication is. I actually spoke to Dino, the gentleman at the end of the worm there last night, talking about his max lifts. The guy snatched 150 in competition, so it's not a lack of strength with the worm. It's a matter of just communication, teamwork, and timing.
Mia getting to work with the double unders and enjoying a fair bit of breathing space between themselves and second place. Grab your free WFP Velitas wristbands now. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Mia. And looks like Freya will be jumping in next. Daniel and Jonas enjoying a break at the back. More times than not in a team situation, there's going to be one person who has got double unders that are way better than anyone else.
Very true. Very true. And you hope that person can carry more of the load if possible.
Sucks to be them.
Yeah, that's right.
We saw something similar in heat number 2. Laura for Stensted, Bullman and Molnier with very quick double unders. Freya doing a great job in the maroon and white center of your screen.
Well, you can see there, look how long the rope is. You see how high it is over the top of her head? As she gets better and better, ideally, she'd want to shorten that rope to increase the cycle speed of how fast it actually rotates around her body. That just makes it more efficient. As you have to wait longer, that means you're also jumping higher every single time. So if you can shorten that jump and speed the rope up, it actually makes things a little easier.
If you've ever seen competitive jump ropers, that rope is maybe an inch, 2 inches above their head max. That's style points right there.
Good old Buddy Lee. Can skip. But is it a factor of leg fatigue coming in after those lunges? Daniel taking over now, using the same rope.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. So it's most likely that was not her rope that she typically trains with. And maybe they said, hey, I can use your rope. That's just one less thing we got to worry about. And we'll keep it moving.
Caroline Amanda at the back for Grithouse.
Because I agree, Seth, that looked a little bit longer than what you were used to seeing as far as the arc above her head.
Though she had no problem with it.
Yeah.
Now, are we going to see Jonas just bypass the doubles completely and have all other 3 team members go through 100 each?
One last transition.
Cut down time where you can.
I mean, some athletes get so efficient with the jump rope, it really doesn't feel like that much work. I mean, the best of the best almost recover doing double unders. They can have a conversation with you. They can breathe. Yeah, I'm not saying us. I'm just saying the elites, you know? I don't know if you confused us for the elites just based on my one little jump rope commercial. But
well, it's out there now. We've seen it.
I know it.
Pressure's on. And spot on. Jonas moving forward now for barbell to overhead. Mia having a 200 double under rest.
Seth brought this up earlier. Jonas keeping the wide feet to be able to rep that out, just a slight adjustment. You see those variations very often now, right? Where what is optimal for maybe a 1 rep max lift isn't optimal when you're talking about speed as an extra component added in.
It's one of my favorite things about the sport in general is how many variations of a very traditional movement you can do with a barbell, even the ways you can snatch it, the ways you can move it overhead. It varies based on the load, the amount of reps, and the speed you need, and it's a very cool thing to be able to tweak those movements.
Freya and Daniel for Team TBD to the left of your screen. They are well in control as we hit the halfway point of our time cap. It is Elite Team 5.
Athletes are in the center chunk of this workout. They work down the floor towards those 300 double unders. They're going to turn back around afterwards. Hit some synchronized shoulder to overhead, some synchronized chest to bar pull-ups. some worm lunging and finish off where they started this whole shindig with 30 synchronized bar muscle-ups split at 15 per pair.
I'm loving the pacing from TBD. They've obviously practiced this. They've practiced the transitions. Where are they going to do better?
They just pulled ahead so far early with the worm, with that smooth spin move there, and have not looked back since. I hope to see it again on the way back.
The good news, it's minutes away.
Yeah, right.
Make sure we get a camera on that. Northern Heavy heading back. So they're not too far behind TBD. And smooth rhythm. And a couple of reps to go. TBD. Judge's hand in the air. "12 minutes down, 8 minutes remaining." As I mentioned, one more heat to come following this one. We talk about 30 chest to bars as a chunk. Like, that's a fair bit of work to get done, considering the fatigue they've gone through already.
It's just outside of that, like, yeah, we're going to go unbroken no matter what rep range. You know,
dangle a carrot in
if
front
it
of
were
you.
15, if it were 20, 21 a common rep scheme that you see, maybe even 25, be like, yeah, I got that. 30 just kind of gives you pause, maybe throw a break in, even, especially on the way back.
And I think everyone can relate to the feeling that when you're doing them, they actually feel pretty good. The second you let go of the bar and come to the ground, the heart rate shoots to the moon. And then you have to deal with it.
And then the effort it takes to get back in sync and get back moving in that same, almost that little pocket that you get into is, oof.
Sarah and Patrick for Northern Heavy get finished up with their pull-ups, and they are not too far behind Team TBD.
Northern Heavy made up considerable ground there on that turnaround point for a good portion of this heat. Black Dog in lane 6 was in second, and Northern Heavy able to overtake Black Dog on the double unders and shoulder to overhead.
The turnaround. Oh, it goes down.
Oh, no. What's happening?
And Mia going, come on, get on. In the background, you see our second place team, Northern Heavy.
That's the first rotation switch we've seen on the worm.
Now, might have just been a plan to get ahead. And there's nothing better than getting ahead and showing the rest of the field, hey, we're in charge here. So this might be deliberate from TBD just to have a break.
Some athletes like to bait other athletes by going fast, knowing that they can settle in afterwards. And then you pull other athletes or teams along with you that can't sustain that pace, and then they pay for it the entire rest of the way.
Daniel from Northern Heavy leading the charge. Mia with that job for Team TBD. Can we please get a transition? Oh.
Look how jaded we've become.
I know.
Our standard has been set way too high. I will say Tommy made this point earlier. When you see them step from the side view or even that over-the-top view, look how close their feet get together. The way they lunge forward, they're putting their front foot in line with the athlete's back foot that's right in front of them. I mean, there's no room for error in terms of where that foot lands when you step. Otherwise, you're going to step on the back of the shoe and the worm's probably coming down.
Yeah, don't want to give your teammate a flat tire mid-worm lunge.
No.
Team TBD not too far away before we commence the 15 synchronized bar muscle-ups. An interesting format. The two male athletes at the front.
And so on that worm lunge, the back athlete has to get their lunge step beyond that yellow line. A good effort from the trailing athlete to really extend and get her foot across. So taking effectively a lunge step out. You can see her other teammates can't see that, so they thought they had another rep.
Great work from Mia Furu. Grithouse are on the charge as well, but North and Heavy well and truly in second position. It's like it is Jonas getting to work with Mia. And communication mid-rep imperative to good quality team performance.
And Seth talked about pulling another athlete along. Remember, Jonas didn't have to do the double unders. Had to switch out of the back on the worm. You can see his teammate chirping some communication at him to try and keep him on pace.
Daniel and Kate, the far right for North and Heavy. Last rep for our first pair for Team TBD. Oh, the last rep.
That's tough.
North and Heavy. The door opens slightly. And the swap now for Team TBD. Freya and Daniel. Again, partners in crime. North and Heavy, probably a little bit out of reach, but a good push from them at the back end.
The only two teams have finished this under the cap so far. 18:57, the time to beat, followed by 9:58 from the tactical team that just snuck in under the cap. So North and Heavy, even if TBD is out of reach, this is a good way to set themselves up for a strong Saturday.
Sarah and Patrick getting to work for North and Heavy. Jonas, that will do. Sarah doing these very easily. Hips getting up super high. Those feet and those legs almost getting as high as the plane of that bar. The last two reps now for Team TBD. Freya and Daniel, the door opens again.
Oh, and hand is up for North and Heavy.
Wow, this is going to be a tight run down the floor. Freya and Daniel. Patrick and Sarah to the far right of screen, but it is going to be Team TBD. Freya and Daniel. And I love what Freya just did then. Freya running around her barbell, not over the top limit. Any sort of trip hazard. Patrick and Sarah done for North and Heavy. But outside that time.
North and Heavy was just one rep shy on the bar muscle ups.
And you've always got that one team member. Mia Furu is that team member. Everyone else is absolutely exhausted and they're jumping around like they've done nothing.
Why the drama?
Each of these bar muscle ups very important. As we know, the next heat's going to have the top teams that will likely all or most get to that bar muscle up.
Grithouse, Kevin and Caroline are done. The last three reps coming, and that's all they're going to have time for. Wow, tough going. But TBD. Those early transitions. It's probably the best thing I've seen over this weekend, that worm transition.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
3 heats down, one more remaining. The first workout of our third day of competition for the World Fitness Finals. We're here at Bella Arena in Copenhagen, Denmark. The scene has been set over the last 2 days. athletes starting things off in Helsingborg, Sweden, with a swim workout that really tested them. And now getting back to more generic fitness training that they're used to doing. But the worm, it's always going to be a nasty wrinkle.
Yeah, we see some similar teams having some success. Obviously, TBD setting one of the top times there alongside Stenson, Bowman, and Mjolnir in the previous heat. Both teams going head-to-head at the IF3 World Championships a couple weeks ago. They were actually tied in points going into the finals. So similar skill sets, similar result.
A good crowd that's come into Bella Arena this morning. Plenty of people out and about in Copenhagen last night as well. Got out to the Tivoli markets. Plenty happening Christmas time. And what a good Christmas present it is for our winning team. They are standing by with Amy Bream.
All right, what a performance. And I have got to ask, that worm transition, all right, when you guys started out, how long did that take? Because the amount of trust that you guys have to be able to do it that smoothly. What was that like as you learned it?
So we've been together for a year at least as a team, so we practice a lot together, and that helps a lot. So we are pretty good at doing sync stuff in general. Yeah, so that was okay. Yeah.
That was very clear. It's very difficult for anyone watching in the crowd to be able to do that smoothly. But also, you guys were at IF3 Championships. You just placed third. You guys were going rep for rep and battling all weekend. Day 3 of a 4-day weekend now here. How do you guys stay locked into a competition to not just keep showing up, but really fight every single day to keep climbing on that leaderboard?
Yeah, it was definitely tough when the competition is so many days. But usually on these competitions where there are more days, the volume each day is a little bit lower. So I think we're handling it just fine. I mean, we've had 2 workouts yesterday, 2 workouts on Friday and Thursday. So it's been all right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think you guys are handling it great. So congratulations again. Y'all get some style points on that transition. But we're excited to see what you do the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, great.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Team TBD. And again, another one of our teams getting finished. Not too many. Heat 2 results. Only those 2 teams, Stenson, Bullman, Molnir, and Team Tactical scraping it in. They would say time to perfection. 20-minute time cap, just sneak underneath that. But our 3rd heat down, our 4th heat about to come onto the competition floor. Expectations now a little bit higher, as you mentioned, Seth, that most teams should get this completed in under 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think you'll see everybody at the bar muscle-ups, and the pace overall, because you're going to have the fastest teams here, is just going to be a little faster. You're going to see the fast lead teams kind of pull people along with them because, frankly, you just don't want to get left behind.
And being in that 4th heat, it's exactly where you want to be going into the final day of competition tomorrow. And RX Performance Krieger have done just that over the 2 days of competition, have forced their way in with some great results. We see them in lane number 1, Team Krieger Vivid, battling it out with Invictus International and Team Fleck in the center of our arena. And I know some teams enjoy being in the lead and having been chased by the other teams and that pressure. They just enjoy that.
I think that's their expectation, is to be in the lead, and then, yeah, they just want to continue to separate themselves from the pack and pull ahead, and it's the job of the other teams to not let those confident, dominant teams get too far ahead, and they need to be able to pick their spots to make moves on them.
Morton can't or won't stop.
I don't think I have a choice most times.
Just got to get it done.
Stand by. Go.
As we get underway, Invictus International enjoying a 21-point lead back to Team Krieger Vivid. Team Fleck in third, and a bit of a gap back to AOD Fitness. This is our fifth workout of the weekend and presented by Velitas.
A lot of synchro work here as the athletes will start with synchro bar muscle-ups, 15 per pair. They'll join up at the worm for 45 meters of worm lunging. Then they'll have to split up some synchro chest to bar pull-ups and some synchro shoulder to overhead. As a team, they'll have to break up 300 double unders and then turn around in reverse order, go back the way you came.
I'm not sure if we are going to see that transition. 20 minutes on our time cap and limited to only a few teams to get the job done. TBD in an official time of 19:01, Northern Heavy in 19:10. I knew it was close. I didn't think it was going to be that close.
4 teams so far finishing under the cap. You know what? I think we're going to see that many teams finish in this heat.
Hopefully we get a worm race.
Ooh.
What's more exciting than that?
But that's going to send them to the limits of what they can do.
And usually that results in a couple of costly no reps.
That's what I like to see. Not that I'm hoping for bad things to happen, but that builds the excitement and drama of the whole event.
It's so punk rock of you.
Ah, jeez.
Invictus International just ahead of Team Krieger. The blueprints, how best to strategize each workout, presented by Velitas.
Well, grip management is going to be key given how much work you have to do through the bar muscle-ups, chest to bar pull-ups. And then having a backup plan. I think maybe making some adjustments as athletes get fatigued, as maybe a couple of no reps pile up, being able to transition seamlessly between whatever you had set forth and what you have to adjust to. The best teams are able to do that.
Oh, Invictus International, they have copied exactly what TBD have done from the previous heats. And Roldan missed the memo though. You have to play some catch up.
It looked like Krieger Vivid did as well. I believe that's Hell's It My Why is pushing Invictus right now.
It is about half a step between first and second. Now does the transition come again? Yes, it does.
So it's interesting the way Roldan and some of those athletes decided to turn. You can make that transition without the worm ever leaving your shoulders if you basically turn the direction to where the worm sits across the back of the shoulders like a back squat would with the barbell. But it's a little bit awkward turn sometimes for athletes, so they just opted to turn in towards the worm. A little more footwork involved.
Side by side, as we can see, it is going to be a number 8 at play. And Invictus International in lane number 5, as we knew there was going to be a battle on our hands.
Ricky leading the charge for Helton Maiwai. Is that a no rep?
A no rep on the last lunge step.
Ouch.
They dumped it too early. You can see their judge telling them you had one more step to go.
Team Chaos moving into second just behind Invictus International.
That's the tough part. They're going to have to go back a full square, so it's not just one rep to make up. They got 3 to 4 more lunge steps that they're going to have to do, and their lead just evaporated.
What's your mindset? What's your thought process now about that? That's going to set you back about 30 seconds, which you don't have time for.
I think you need to block it out completely. It's like it never happened. You pick it up, you finish that, and you continue on just like you had planned. There's nothing you can do about it. So execution is everything when it comes to live events like this. And you can trip on a double under. You can have a no rep on a pull-up bar. If you have a no rep on the worm, you're going to pay for it, but you got to get past it.
And they already got a no rep on the pull-up bar. Their male athlete starting his kip a little bit too soon, not communicating with his pair.
We spoke about it yesterday on the call as well, Seth. Not all no reps are created equal.
That's right.
That worm lunge is a nasty one.
It can't be highlighted any more than in a worm movement in general. You get no rep on a worm, the amount of energy it costs you just to get a no rep, and then time on top of that, it's about as costly as it can be.
Fabian Jesse to work for Invictus International. Jamie Simmons at the back, Roldan Goldbaum close side to camera. Team Chaos moving very well so far.
Oh, Roldan Goldbaum basically push pressing the first few reps there.
That's okay.
He's so strong overhead, and it helps Jamie Simmons. They're about the same height, same bar path for them both. Just makes for a good setup on the synchro partners.
Celia and Tobias, bottom left of screen. Finishing up with the first 15, Frederick and Jana.
There is definitely an advantage to push pressing. It just matters basically that your partner can keep up with your speed, because you can cycle that bar so much faster. There's less time under tension, but if your partner is too slow and you're waiting overhead, then it's not worth doing.
And that's one of the things that always struck me is when, Rich and crew made the transition from individual to team, and they talked about having to kind of relearn different cadences and different pacing strategies and how you cycle barbells. You're so used to operating at whatever works best for you, and now suddenly you're paired up with a variety of other teammates, and you're like, I got to learn how to do this faster or slower or all of the above at any given moment.
Being adaptable is a good trait of a team member.
Team Krieger Vivid. Tilda getting to work.
Look at Jesse Smith's double unders in the center of your screen, white top, just so fast.
And there's that thing you get taught doing double unders. It's just a wrist movement. It's not a full arm movement, and she's showing us exactly how it is. And Velites, grab your free World Fitness Project and Velites wristbands today. Just scan that QR code on your screen. The interesting thing that Jessie Smith just did then, she missed one. She went to go for another attempt and went, no, tag out.
Yeah, because you have other athletes that are coming in rested.
Belief in your team.
Yeah, you have athletes coming in a little bit more rested after a break. That was their second trip up already, so the last thing you want is for that to snowball up. And
we're seeing such fast double unders now. I'm pretty excited for the individuals with the weighted Velites rope later on. Yeah. We're going to have a completely different discussion about what these look like.
Ricky getting to work for Heltz and Maiwai Leah. Team RX Performance Krieger. What progression they have had into this top heats. Not starting off so well, but the progression, that's what obviously the idea is, to progress well and improve over the 4 days of competition.
I mean, that's optimal, wouldn't it be? But easier said than done, maybe?
Very much so. Henrik and Roldan, center of screen, lanes 4 and 5. A bit more of a knee bend than I'd probably be expecting. The master of the jump rope, Seth Page.
Wow.
The video's out.
I keep getting upgraded here. I don't know if I can live up to this much longer. But you're absolutely right. You really want to think about just kind of getting a bounce through the ball of your foot. It's a minimal knee bend.
Morton there with some good rotation of those wrists, minimizing the use of the arms.
And Invictus International giving up ground to Krieger Vivid there. They had probably 5 to 6 trip ups on the rope.
Moritz Fiebig, Fabian Benito. I love it that they're next to each other. Tilda Garnes and Jesse Smith as well. Oh, what a battle. Love seeing the caliber of that athlete in this competition.
You're seeing a bunch of very skilled elite individuals that have come together into a team format, and their fitness shines through very, very clearly. And I think the biggest thing that we're all questioning is how well do they work together across all these workouts.
Team Chaos, bottom of your screen. We're not really going to know how things are going to unfold until they get back onto the pull-up rig. It is only Invictus International to start. And Moritz getting to work, Fabian and Jesse.
No rep from Invictus. We might be building up to that worm race that we were hoping for. A big break from Invictus right there.
Don't be surprised to see Krieger Vivid move into the lead. They are the only two teams onto the pull-ups on the back half of workout number 5 for our teams. Oh, and it is Vivid. First set done.
That pairing of Moritz and Matilda, unbroken on the chest to bar pull-ups. Something to note, does that have an effect on the bar muscle-ups on the back end? We've seen a couple of teams burn a little hot, and it all come down on the last 2 reps once they get to the bar muscle-ups.
Henrik and Nikki to the left of your screen. Roldan and Jamie to the right. Your 2 leaders. And a break now.
Something that's interesting, the judge called the chest to bar a lot tighter in terms of timing of contact of the 2 partners. And then we just saw the same judge call it a little more loose. So it's really a perspective thing in terms of these pull-ups of what's going to be a rep and what's not.
Roldan and Jamie, exceptional with their chest to bar pull-ups, and it has propelled them back into the lead now. Krieger Vivid on the chase. Team Fleck in 3rd position in lane 6.
And that's just another nuance of this team competition, picking your order, right? Krieger Vivid put their better pullers up first. They went unbroken, but then the back 2 athletes that required a little bit more rest had to take multiple breaks. Invictus International, on the other hand, Jesse and Fabian, they were the pair that led off and had to take a break, and they finished with Roldan.
And what a separation.
That was an expert move right there by Jessie. I don't know if you noticed, but she caught that her heel was just barely on that yellow line and told them to do another rep to make sure they didn't put it down early.
Experience, I call that.
Yep.
That could have cost them 30 seconds plus.
Situational awareness under fatigue.
Is there any better than Jamie Simmons? She's done it all.
Yep.
Not the year when she won the Open. Nothing better than doing that.
You know what I loved about that is she won the Open as an individual, and she said, nope, I'm sticking with the team.
Team Yas.
With that Yas.
And getting on the podium.
Yep.
Invictus International. Jesse, Fabian, Jamie, and Roldan. And Roldan, you'll hear the call from him. Last step, potentially. No, they'll do one more. And now a good look down the floor to see exactly where Krieger Vivid are.
And that was a huge piece of separation for Invictus. Like I mentioned, they finished with Roldan and Jamie Simmons, so their second pair able to go unbroken on the chest to bar pull-ups.
Now time is on their side for Invictus International, and it's going to continue their progress at the top of the leaderboard, currently on 424 points. Now 21 points ahead of Krieger Vivid. 29 points ahead of Team Fleck, who are in lane number 6. Your top 3 teams are your top 3 leaders in this 4th and final heats of workout 5.
Oh, and no rep.
And the fastest team to the bar muscle-ups was actually TBD. They were right around that 15-minute mark. Now, it came unraveled on them at the end, and they weren't able to hold on for the top time. But right now, as it stands, Invictus International built themselves a little bit of buffer based on interval splits.
And you expect these to be unbroken, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm loving the work from Fabian Benito. For Invictus International, there's barely any transition, which is going to minimize fatigue even more. And not a small human either.
No, not by any means. But look how smooth those are. It's timing. Wow, and they actually have a planned break. That is a little bit surprising to me. I wonder if that's because they see how far ahead of the pack they are and they know they can afford it, or if it was planned ahead of time.
They did the same thing with the chest to bar pull-ups, Jesse and Fabian having that break, and then when Roldan and Jamie Simmons get onto the bar, they go unbroken. So don't be surprised to see them go unbroken at the back end.
Yeah, because Roldan and Jamie have the benefit of coming off the worm and resting.
Krieger Vivid.
I actually like that. I like that planned break because it's better to choose when your break is than be forced into one at this stage.
Like a double under break. You would rather break than miss.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Are we going to see 15 unbroken? Roldan. It's easy. And one of those movements that is in the Jamie Simmons wheelhouse as well.
You know,
smooth.
That's how you know someone is really confident in this. They're almost pressing their hips off of that support position before they lower down.
Not many people make them look like that. Let's put it that way.
No.
Oh, this is smooth. Invictus International. Team Chaos. They are jumping into third now. Team Fleck into fourth, but Jamie Simmons, Roland Goldbaum
Oh my.
will bring it home for Invictus International. Fabian Benito and Jesse Smith make up the team that will continue their progress up the leaderboard and remain in that first place. 16 and a half minutes. Are you kidding me?
Oh, ahead by 2.5 minutes over the time to beat. They demolished that.
And what's funny is Team Krieger is also doing extremely well, but they're just completely overshadowed by that last performance by Invictus.
Oh, Henrik coming off
a grip issue.
A one-arm bar muscle up is pretty difficult to do, so let's leave two arms on there.
I mean, he does get credit for the dismount because when that hand comes off and you have to adjust,
Nikki,
glad he's all right and safe, but
Henrik.
That's one of the best ways to identify the real athletes is when they fall, how do they land?
Yep. Tuck and roll.
Tilda, Nikki, Henrik, and Moritz. As you mentioned, Tommy, in second, overshadowed, but still well ahead of the next place. Team Fleck, Team Chaos. Chaos will be finished next. They are in lane 2.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, we expected almost every team, if not every team, to get to the bar muscle-ups at least in this final heat, and we're pretty much seeing that already.
Pace programming, the only team left to go. For Team Chaos, Celia and Tobias are finished up. Matthias and Leah for RX Performance. Krieger in lane number 1. Morten and Ingrid to the far left. It's Frederick and Jana make their way down the floor. It's still a great time with 90 seconds left.
Absent of the top 2 teams, that would be the time to beat.
Team Fleck look like they are going to be finished next. It is Heltz and Maiwai getting it done just before Team Fleck. The final 60 seconds. Team RX Performance Krieger will be finishing straight after Team Fleck. And RX Performance Krieger. Obstacle course on the way down for Morten. And not a small human either. A great finish. Still 3 teams on the floor. Not sure that any other team potentially. AOT Fitness will be having to sprint down this floor to get completed in the next 10 seconds. Final rep.
5, 3, 2, 1, time.
And tough going, not able to get that final rep.
You know, they completed the work, though. Absent a transition, they got all the listed work done.
Invictus International, outstanding.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Invictus International maintaining their position at the top of the leaderboard. Krieger Vivid will be just behind them in second position. But we got some jumbling happening across our team leaderboard as we head towards workout number 6, which will wrap things up for day 3 of competition. The World Fitness Finals here at Bella Arena in Copenhagen. A team that did extremely well. Team Chaos. They are standing by with Amy Bream.
All right, guys, what a performance. You know, everyone coming into this weekend is super experienced. That includes the 4 of you. Everyone has a lot of competition experience. How much are you needing to react to what happens in the moment? Because, you know, you can come in with as much experience as you have, but it's all going to change in the moment. So how much are you guys reacting and changing, you know, how you approach a workout?
I would say mostly we just like taking care of ourselves and stay in our lane and do what we need to do. But sometimes if we have sometimes we look up and see, are we closing the luncheon? Should we push now? But we will never push too early in the workout. But that will cost us a lot in the end. So yeah, we're aware, but mostly we stay in our lanes.
So being aware, staying in your lane, you know, looking at the leaderboard, it's a pretty tight fit for the top 10 teams. And how much are you guys looking at what other teams are doing? Are you paying attention to the leaderboard on the points, or are you really just focusing on what you guys have to do next?
Yeah, of course we are looking, but we also try to stay in our own lane. I mean, we can't do anything about what the other teams are doing. So yeah, we just try to do our best and execute as well as possible. And I think this was a good test for a team, whereas some of the other tests has been very much individual. And I think we just proved that we're a good team.
Perfect. Well, you certainly proved that. It was great to watch, and we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. And Celia and Tobias both said it. We're staying in our lane. And Tobias also says we're now getting to that teamwork-based workouts that we're getting to as opposed to an individual-based thing. And that's going to be the hallmark of a good team, is how will they work as a team. Our results for our third heat, Team TBD, North and Heavy. It was only a 9-second gap between 1 and 2. And just reminded down the bottom, Krieger Mad Mama, unfortunately, having to withdraw from competition. Our team workout 5, all complete for our third day of competition here. Bella Arena starting to fill up as our teams clean up themselves, get rid of the worms. And our individuals are not going to be far away. We'll get to Heat 1 of our Pro Women for Workout 5 coming up soon.
Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab. Intensity and consistency are keys for recovery. You can be rigorous performing at the top level and still face obstacles and challenges. That's where red light therapy can change your life. Red light therapy has allowed me to optimize my time in the gym in order to get the most out of every session. I can confirm red light therapy is the best way to recover. Train hard, recover faster with Novolab.
Welcome back to Bella Arena in Copenhagen. The scene is set for an exciting finish to the World Fitness Finals. We'll get there tomorrow afternoon. We are on day number 3. And thank you for your company wherever you're joining us right around the world. It is great to be here. And great to have alongside me Tommy Marquez, Gabby Magawa. Good morning, Gabby.
Good morning, Jeremy.
Hopefully you are ready to go. Impressed with what you saw yesterday from our individual competition?
I'm so impressed. I mean, the level of fitness over the last year raised so much. It's going to be really challenging to get back competing with those amazing athletes.
Who said you're competing? You're going to stay with us next year.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the plan.
No one, they haven't told you yet?
Didn't you get the memo?
Oh, yeah, you're stuck with us forever.
Retiring very early. Our team results for workout number 5. Exciting stuff. And Invictus International putting on an absolute clinic this morning. Well under that 20-minute time cap. And they will still be leading. Team Krieger Vivid in second. And Chaos doing very well in third.
Yeah, and the top 2 teams really separating themselves. Not only do they have talented individuals, but a lot of those individuals have team experience. So they have the perfect blend of individual capacity and teamwork. That was on full display.
Busy schedule for today. Our 3rd day of competition. 1 more to come tomorrow. We're getting to our pro women coming up very shortly at 10:25 local time. Our elite teams will come back to the floor just on 2 p.m. this afternoon. And then we'll get to our Pro 6 and Pro 7 workouts to finish off our 3rd and second last day of competition here for the World Fitness Finals. Standings, not much of a buffer, although it was a very big buffer time-wise for workout 5. Invictus International still just ahead. 17 points ahead of Krieger Vivid, and now a bit of a gap back as well. And there's a Krieger support crew, part of them anyway. So many Krieger athletes and supporters. There's Gordon sitting at the top of the stand as well.
I feel like everywhere I look, I see one of the Krieger team members, fans, somewhere in the crowd.
Family.
We were here last night watching, calling the team competition. I looked to my left, and just a few steps over, Ivan Dahlrengard, part of the Team Oslo team that had back-to-back podiums at the CrossFit Games, and he's there holding up his phone, filming like a fan.
Standings for our pro women, Amy Kringle enjoying a very slight lead over Laura Horvath, who had a great day yesterday. Emma Lawson, exceptional in workout 3 yesterday morning. Ariel Lowen staying very consistent. And Lucy Campbell with a little bit of work to do after her great start with her 2 first-place finishes in the pool on day number 1.
She knew she was going to take a hit in that max lift event yesterday evening, so kind of countering that with a win in the morning in that Pro 1, or sorry, that Project 1 workout Pro 3.
And ladies and gentlemen, give it up for heat number 1 of your pro women.
Maribel Gallardo, Málaga, Spain.
Vivian Marie Christian, Soltau, Germany.
Emily Rethwell, San Diego, United States. Jamie Chevry, Calgary, Canada.
Maud Tumamo, Hustadvika, Norway.
Ella Wilkinson, Wirral, United Kingdom.
Lisa Gaffey, Florida, United States.
Elena Carratalá, Villarreal, Spain.
Roger Bleker, Spanbroek, Netherlands.
Amanda Fisher, Georgia, United States of America.
lane assignments for the first heat of our pro women. And a big jump yesterday from Ella Wilkinson in Project 1. It was workout number 3. Some athletes now starting to have to make a move. Today is the day.
You see Vivian Marie Christian hoping to kind of get her first workout performance inside the top 20. Fee Sagafi probably hoping for a lot more this weekend. Has been dealing with a lingering shoulder issue. Otherwise, this would be a good test, especially with those 100 pull-ups at the end. We'll see how it holds up. Elena Karatala hoping to maybe break into the top 20, move up a heat, sitting in 22nd right now.
And lifted very well last night as well. Norcia Blecker. Amanda Fisher. Fisher with some good lifting. Who's in lane number 10 last night. And moves to the other end of Bella Arena this morning.
Stand by. Go.
Underway, 18 minutes ahead of our athletes. It is workout number 5. And presented by Velitas. Had a good start with some wall balls to get things going. A little leaderboard to the right of your screen will reflect exactly how many reps are remaining. And a full breakdown of workout number 5. And it will be starting with 100 wall balls.
And for time, we have 100 wall balls, 150 weighted double unders, 50 med ball GHD sit-ups, 150 weighted double unders, and we finish with 100 pull-ups. The wall ball weight is 6 kilos, and time cap 18 minutes.
Talking to Seth Page during the team competition earlier on, and going through the OTP live segment that he did regarding the double unders, he said this is going to be tough to get this amount of double unders done with the weighted rope. How best to strategize, Tommy Marquez? Well, let's get to the blueprint presented by Velitas.
Yeah, Seth got to experience that weighted double under firsthand. And you're going to have to manage the middle, right? Like, you have a lot of work, especially with that weighted double under. Sitting in the middle has an opportunity to spike the heart rate, jack up the arms and shoulders. And then if you have paced this right, you have an opportunity to go for some big sets on the book end of this. Obviously, because the wall balls, you're fresh. And then if you pace correctly, you can make a big move doing a big chunk of pull-ups if you've managed the middle pretty well.
I couldn't think of a worse start to a workout than 100 wall balls.
I can't think of a better start.
Obviously being tall.
I call them wall taps.
But I feel like this is another trap that we'll throw at the athletes. 100 wall balls with just 60 kilo weight wall ball and female target. It's not a challenge for most of those athletes. But if you're going to go unbroken or very big set, it's going to affect the workout later.
Amanda Fisher currently in the lead. Just back to Vortham and Mo and Fee Sagafi and Elena Karathala. Trading places. Janie Chevrolet. Now, Gabby, with your elite perspective on going into workout 5 like this, what's your breakdown of your wall balls?
Definitely not even. I would never go 25, 25, 4 times 25. I would go something like 40, 30, 30, just to have the number that's going down. So mentally it's a bit easier knowing that the next set is shorter.
Fee Sagafi That shoulder causing a little bit of issue earlier on in competition.
I think that's noteworthy that Fee is the first athlete off the wall ball. That's not necessarily something that you would pick for her as her strongest movement, but clearly maybe holding on to some bigger chunks, hoping to get out in front, give herself a little bit of buffer just in case that shoulder gets a little grouchy.
Grab your free WFP and Velites wristbands now. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Emily Rethwell making her way, the final athlete, to the 150 weighted double unders with the Velites rope.
Amanda Fisher on your screen had a strong performance in the max snatch yesterday, hitting 93 kilos.
Athletes must progress forward. Norcha Blaker with another miss. We spoke about it earlier. You would rather stop than miss.
And you have some, what are kind of forced transitions, right? Forced breaks if they have to move forward every 50 reps, right? So you don't necessarily have to think about the entirety of the 150 and whether or not you're going to go unbroken. You could just segment and focus on each set of 50 and work on getting there, because you will have to transition, you will have to move forward, and nice way of breaking it up.
Ella Wilkinson in the center of the arena here. The Bella Arena, Copenhagen, Denmark. And from the UK, one of our fastest times in Project 1, which was our first workout of the day yesterday. Rotham and Mo with the sparkles in the hair again, Gabby. That will bring a smile to your face, no doubts. Is that something you're going to incorporate from now on?
I might, but I don't want to be the copycat, you know, but the sparkles are so cool.
Sagafi just ahead of Karathala and Chevrolet. Emily Rethel making up a lot of ground on the doubles. The last athlete off the wall balls. Medball GHDs coming up next. 50 reps required. And now, as expected, a little bit of arm fatigue on those weighted double unders, and more misses starting to introduce themselves. But Fee Sagafi is done. Not exactly sure where to put her rope, but she gets sorted out. Elena Karathala. Now let's talk about size of athlete. Fee, one of our shorter women in the field, compared to someone like Ella Wilkinson, and having to work a little bit harder with that reach to get to the riser with the med ball. How much of a factor does that play?
Over 50 reps, few solid seconds might add up to overall time.
And Tommy, being taller yourself, how does the hip placement on the pad of the GHD play a factor?
Well, I mean, it's a very big factor. It's where you're anchoring your center of mass, right? Like, and it also affects how you're able to pull and brace with your legs. A lot of times you'll see some athletes, I mean, for a traditional GHD, their hips will be a little bit further. If you look at that kind of half circle of the GHD pad, their hips will be a little bit further back. But now with that added weight, you'll see the hips come forward just to kind of give themselves a little bit more protection in terms of anchoring their hips down so they won't slide and get to full extension too soon through the legs.
Loving the way Fee Sagafi rolling that ball up and down her body, keeping it close to a center of mass. The less fatigue, the better.
Yes, it's less stress on the arms and shoulders. It also allows you to generate a little bit of momentum while keeping it close and use the weight of the ball to help get that momentum for the torso to get back up towards the top of that GHD.
Fee moving incredibly well. And you think about 50 GHDs on their own in competition, not too bad. Add a weighted med ball. Emily Rethwell doing the same, rolling that ball and moving quick.
And she has got a good pace right now.
All right, the fourth member of our team, Lauren Smith. Let's welcome her in. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm back down in the coach's corner, and I thought I'd have a quick catch-up with Matt Torres of Brute Strength, who looks after Fee Saghafi, just to have a catch-up on the status of her shoulder injury. So far, this workout posing no problems. It's actually about the pulling under the bar, which is why she recorded a lightweight comparatively on her snatch, and that kind of really inverted position at depth when she was doing those handstand parallel push-ups that she couldn't do. There is only one other workout over the course of the weekend that she's nervous about, and that's the muscle-ups and the thrusters. But apart from that, it should be pretty smooth sailing through this one.
Thank you, Lauren. And Emily Rethwell has made wonderful progress. The last off the wall balls and the second athlete to the second round of double unders, 150 required. But you've got to think the back end of this is going to be where Fee Saghafi can add a little bit of separation as well.
Yeah, when you look at something like pull-ups, she's one of the best in the world. So if you're Ella, if you're Emily, and you're trying to chase down Fee, this is maybe your opportunity to put a little bit of pressure on her, because you know she is going to fly on the rig.
Say you're Fee Saghafi, you're coming in and you're working pretty hard with these double unders and they're pretty fatiguing. Knowing you've got 100 pull-ups to do, does that make things a little bit easier with your thought process going into the back of this workout?
Oh, definitely. Like knowing that I'm a smaller athlete in the field, and it's going to be actually a big advantage for me to get to the pull-up. And I know I'm going to be able to escape.
Right. Talk me through this positioning for Emily Rethwell with the handles. The rope is on the outside.
Yeah, she's got the handles on the outside, turned in. I think that's just a better position for her to hold that forearm position, activate different muscles through the forearm. You've seen some funky techniques with double unders in the past.
Josh Bridges?
Yep, just trying to change the action and what's getting the brunt of that stimulus. But
almost like the BMX bandits.
Yeah.
She's making sure her grip is going to be fresh for the pull-ups.
Like it. Test things out, see what works.
Well, you see it in so many other movements, right? You see athletes change their grip on the deadlift bar. You'll see grip changes on the pull-up bar, on toes to bar.
Interesting strategy from Emily Rethwell, just putting the rope on the ground and taking a good 10-second break.
Yeah. A full release, and there isn't that much cost because Fee Saghafi has done sets of 10 the entire time. So Fee choosing for short sets, short breaks.
Just keep moving.
Yep.
You notice the more fatigued the athlete, the higher the jump. Fee Saghafi finishing up and the 100 pull-ups to come. Let's break down the 100 pull-ups now quickly before Fee gets on. How many are you doing?
I mean, after all the work they did, after 300 weighted double unders, short set, short break would be a great strategy here.
Are we talking
Unless
20s?
you are a Fee and you are going for 30 unbroken. It looks like that.
It's 30, maybe 20 reps
20,
for,
yeah.
for Fee?
15.
15 reps.
Solid number as well.
Ella Wilkinson jumping forward. And is probably going to be making a move quicker than Elena Karathala. Emily Rethwell. Janie Chevrolet in there as well. But Elena Karathala getting started before Ella Wilkinson. Fee Saghafi still well in control.
So I mentioned Fee, one of the best in the world at pull-ups, opting for very specific breaks. She's been doing sets of 15 throughout.
Now, as we get towards the end of the 100, are you breaking that down into smaller groups and shorter breaks, or are you trying to extend? Are you spending more time on the bar?
Like resting longer personally doesn't really help me. So I would rather just switch my technique and try to stay moving and go for shorter sets. Especially if we are so close to be over with the workout.
18 minutes on our time cap. We're about to hit that 14-minute mark with Fisa Garfi. 2/3 of the way through the 100 pull-ups. Maribel Gallardo, far end with Vivian Marie Christian.
Gabby, do you change your grip width at all?
I do.
No?
I do, especially when we have such a big sets. And this is exactly what Fee is doing here.
The athlete's enjoying a fair bit of space on this pull-up bar as well. I just noticed where Ella Wilkinson is setting up, and she's aligned herself to the right-hand side of her lane and compared to being in the middle. So
Fee is down to sets of 5. So that's clearly some good awareness from her, not going out for that big set, sticking to the 15s, knowing that, hey, she's going to have to break into short chunks. And
last 6 reps. Make that 5 reps for Fisa Garfi. And clever. Don't get a no rep. Fisa Garfi, come on. 3 minutes under time cap. And that's what we've been waiting for.
Finally, another big smile from Fee.
Elena Karatala. 15-18, great from her.
she made up some ground on the pull-ups. She actually started with a big set of 30 and then dropped into 10s and 15s and eventually 5s. So a couple of different ways to slice it. She made up ground on feed there. She opted for the bigger chunk at the beginning, knowing that I'm going to end up at 5s anyways.
Good battle going on for third place in our first heats. Janie Cheverie, Ella Wilkinson, Norcia Blaker. Emily Rethwell. Fatigue starting to creep in a little bit with those forearms. Janie Cheverie. She's in lane number 7. Last 5 reps for Janie Cheverie. Norcia Blaker at the far end in lane 2 in wearing the yellow and black. Last rep for Janie Cheverie. Canadian flag waving proudly. Ella Wilkinson makes her way over. Norcia Blaker is in. Emily Rethwell. Not a bad strategy for Emily Rethwell. So maybe spending a little bit more time on the wall balls coming in just to minimize the fatigue at the back ends. Just over 1 minute remaining. Vivian Marie Christian, Maribel Gallardo, Vor Thurman Moe, and Amanda Fisher, our final 4 on the floor. All bar Amanda Fisher have got a good chance of getting this done, although time is ticking away very quickly. Vor Thurman Moe will be next completed. Vor's going to have to get moving here. 2 quick sets of 5 will do it. Maribel Gallardo with 10, but there won't be enough time. I don't think Vor's going to have enough time either. Fisa Garfi, what a performance.
3, 2, 1.
And the 4 ladies remain on the competition floor. But impressive performance. Always smiling. Love it.
That's the Fee we're used to. It hasn't quite been the weekend that Fee Saghafi was hoping for, but she came out hot with a big set on the wall balls. Got a good push from Emily Rethwell, Ella Wilkinson. But Fee was able to maintain her lead all the way through the pull-ups and opting for some short sets. She walks away to the finish line first and a big smile on her face.
Fee Saghafi. Impressive performance.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Smiles all round here at Bella Arena on day 3 of competition, and the girl with the biggest smile, it is Fee Saghafi. She is standing by with Lauren Smith.
Fee, it is so good to see you with a smile on your face. You're having a roller coaster for a weekend with your injury. How are we doing now?
Oh man, the roller coaster emotions is exactly what it is. I've shared not only highs and lows with every single person in this room, but in the back, my competitors I've been leaning on them, my family, my friends. I have never felt this many emotions, and the fact that I could still be on this floor and just do things no matter what the result is, honestly, that's why I do it. I don't do CrossFit for anything else other than because I love it. I love the people, the community. It's changed my life, and this weekend is actually all about just finding joy in doing hard things, whether I'm crying or not.
Finding joy in the hard things. When you think it's not possible, when everything's stacked against you, what keeps you going?
I don't know about you guys, but I love Jesus. I love the Lord. He's in my heart. And honestly, what keeps me going is His light, His Spirit. I've been praying so much, but not only that, I've had so many members from WFP and competitors and friends literally praying for me, praying on me, giving me encouragement and positivity. And they're stressful weekends, and no competitor needs to be giving me their energy, and they choose to, and I'm just so grateful for that. And that's literally what keeps me going. When I'm on the floor, you guys keep me going. It's been such a joy still being on the floor.
You're such a joy. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I love you guys so much.
Talk about lighting up the room. Oof. Who's cutting onions in here? Fee, great to see you back at the top. Our heat results from our first of our pro women's heats for workout number 5, Fee Saghafi, just over 15 minutes. That is going to be a tough time to beat. Lena Karathala and Janie Chavary rounding out our top 3. And Emily Rethwell, our final athlete to get done, 90 seconds under that 18-minute time cap. Our next heat's on the way. It is going to be heat number 2. And expect some good performances from those we haven't seen much of this weekend so far. Had a good chat to Lydia Fish yesterday in the lift, and she was very happy with her lifting, and she's got a bit of a spring in her step. Heat 2 on the way.
Linda Keesman, Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Oerenham, Moerdalen, Norway.
Annie Spiegel, San Diego, California, United States. Annika Greer, Prince Edward Island, Canada.
Emily Rolfe, Vancouver, BC, Canada.
Jennifer Muir, Glasgow, Scotland.
Sydney McAlishan, Winnipeg, Canada. Hannah Black, Texas, United States of America. Manon Langonese, Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, Belgium.
Lydia Fish, Wisconsin, United States.
Lydia Fish, very, very happy with a PB yesterday with the max snatch. And there are your lane assignments for heat number 2. Lydia Fish in lane number 1. And Hannah Black with some great lifting last night as well in lane 3. A PB, the lift she wanted to hit.
Oh man, that was just awesome. Executed to perfection, but another athlete happy with her lift last night, Lydia Fish, and has another opportunity to continue the positive momentum. Right now sitting in 19th overall in the Tour points. So if it ended as today, right now, she would get that pro card. So just one spot ahead of 20th place. Got to keep her foot on the gas pedal.
But that's it. Athletes vying for one of those pro cards for season 2026. Every performance is going to count.
Annika Greer right there on the blue top. A similar scenario, in line for a pro card, 14th, but not necessarily having the weekend that she had hoped for so far relative to just Copenhagen in 25th.
Stand by. Go.
Now, I'm not sure if you saw or not, Manon Agonès just getting into position prior to the start, getting her rope set up, getting her GHD set up. But I suppose there's no reason to wait longer. Just get in there, wait for a second and you're on. Your mini leaderboard to the right-hand side of your screen will signify how many reps remaining for our pro women in our second heats of workout number 5, and 18 minutes ahead for our pro women.
And for time, we have 100 wall balls, 150 weighted double unders, 50 med ball GHG sit-ups, 150 weighted double unders, and 100 pull-ups at the end. The wall ball weight is 6 kilos and the type cup 18 minutes.
All bar 4 of our pro women getting finished in heat number 1. And strategy is going to play such an important part. Where do you break? Do you break of your own will? How far do you go? How much into that red zone do you go before you start backing off? But it is the blueprint, all thanks to Valitas.
Yeah, middle management. The rep speed of everything in the middle portion relative to each athlete is pretty universal. So the difference maker is going to be how many breaks you ultimately make. And then the big set bookend can be a huge boost for these athletes. You look at the wall balls at the beginning, the pull-ups at the end. Fee established herself at the front with a big set on the wall balls. And at the end, Elena Karatala almost caught Fee with a big set on the pull-ups to start. So you can stomp the gas a little bit on those two big chunks to make up some serious ground.
Going back to what some of the teams said earlier on about, it was Team Chaos in particular, about staying in your own lane. How hard is it as an athlete, and you've got 9 other women in the field, to stay in your own lane and do your own sets of wall balls to start things off and not get too excited?
Like, to be able to do that, definitely the advantage is to be on outside lane, because you can't really see much and you have no other choice but just pay attention to what you are doing and executing your plan.
But the better you're performing, the closer to the middle you're going to get.
That's true. You can't escape that temptation.
Now, what happens when you go into, say, 100 wall balls and you're not feeling great because of that extra fatigue from the weekend so far? Do you adjust on the fly? Do you go by feel? Or do you have a couple of separate game plans?
I think you should always have plan B to a situation like that. But in a workout like this, when you have 100 of reps on the same movement, you kind of need to stick to a certain number you want to do and just get over with it.
Annika Greer, first to get started. Ura Lurkvam, part of Team Krieger. 150 weighted double unders, and probably the total opposite of what the athletes want right now.
And the athletes will have, we mentioned this in the earlier heat, will have kind of a forced rest in the transition to the next box forward. They'll progress every 50 reps.
Monica Greer, first to step forward with those double unders. Her hand placement on the handles.
Pretty high up.
Very far forward. And she's tied some knots in her rope as well to shorten it.
Yeah, the reason why she's doing that is to put to release the tension of her grip, just because the weight of the handles is so heavy, and when you are putting your hands closer, it's gonna feel lighter.
That's very different than, you know, most ropes where you can afford to, on a traditional double under rope, go towards the bottom of the handles, increase leverage, some basic mechanics there.
Now, what is your heart rate doing right now when you've got a weighted rope and you're doing double unders? I know normally when I'm doing double unders, my heart rate's through the roof. How much more is it through the roof with a weighted component?
Yeah, the heart rate is spiking for sure. I mean, with so many reps, I think you need to keep those few reminders in your head that just keep breathing, try to stay relaxed, keep your shoulders close to your body.
Greer, still your leader. And deliberate breaks, not missing at all. Emily Rolfe in second position. Udo Ludekvam in third. Veronica Greer. This is more like it.
Just keep chipping away.
She just looks like she has a different approach here.
Different game plan, yeah.
You can just see it
the
in
intent.
her demeanor, the intensity.
Again, more rolling up and down the body.
This is great strategy because it might be a bit slower to the technique when you are not rolling the ball, but definitely gonna save your arms, and they're gonna be more fresh for the second set of double unders.
Yeah, because once that ball gets to the quads, you're not bearing the weight of it anymore. You're just kind of pushing it along. Just a little bit of a break for the arms. I like it.
Whereas Emily Rolfe rolling up and down those legs and then releasing. A few different strategies being incorporated. Udo Ludekvam doing something completely different.
Yeah, and you see that variation in other movements too. You see like athletes and thrusters, right? They'll release the grip at the top. Flash the hands a little bit just to give a little bit of respite.
Ludekvam. And instead of rolling the ball across the legs, making way with the legs to get onto that pad.
And part of that is hip and leg placement and how she's kind of butterflying the knees out, creating space for a more direct line of action for the ball to get to the foot pad.
Greer enjoying a 10-rep lead over Emily Rolfe. And Udo Ludekvam, Lydia Fish, Sydney Mikulishin make up our top 5 in our second of 3 pro women's heats. Annika, talk about putting the hammer down on day 3. She's on fire.
And I think similar to Fee, she's looking forward to be on that gymnastic bar because she's known to be a great gymnast. So she's just gonna bring it home there.
And Fee, who set the time to beat in the previous heat, she was doing sets of 10 on the second round of double unders. So short breaks, short sets, still able to be successful. And it should be noted for live scoring sake, every 10 reps on the double unders is a rep.
Ludekvam getting to work ahead of Lydia Fish and Emily Rolfe. And Velites, grab your free WFP and Velites wristbands today. Just scan that QR code on your screen. And Ludik Vam taking on the Emily Rethwell strategy and throwing that skipping rope straight to the floor. But our fourth member of our team, Lauren Smith, is standing by on the floor.
Thanks, Jeremy. So I've just been chatting to Max Alhag of Training Think Tank, because his eyes are firmly on Annika Greer. She's had a really tough prep for this competition. Some niggling injuries means she hasn't been able to test a lot of the workout. She did run through this one, and it went really well in training. And they expected her to execute really well on the competition floor. And it looks like it's all coming together.
I mean, Gabby, how much does that affect your approach and how you're able to attack a workout when you do go through in training and it goes well?
I mean, I'm still reminding myself that I have no idea what other people gonna do and how they're gonna perform. So I'm gonna stick to my game plan and try to go even faster.
What happens if it does go well in training and then you can't put that same performance on the competition floor?
That's what separates good athletes from the rest of the field. Like, to be able to manage the stress and high expectation you put yourself when the things are not going how you wanted them.
All of our pro women from our second heat moving on to the second set of 150 weighted double unders. Danny Spiegel placing the rope down. Taking note of that from Uda Ludekvam from her first rest. Uda just threw the rope on the ground. Danny Spiegel placed it specifically just so it was easy to pick up.
Controlling the handles, reducing potential for any mishaps trying to grab the rope on your way back up.
Annika Greer, 100 reps remaining and one run to the finish line. We are at the 11-minute mark. Emily Rolfe finishing as well, and Greer.
Looks like we are having small, short sets from the beginning.
And not spending long with that time under tension. Doing exactly what she needs to do, but those reps are fast.
Set to 10, really quick break. She has a generally short cycle rate. Look how kind of the circle that's created by her head as she goes to this motion. Very, very small, quick turnover.
In comparison to Emily Rolfe and Lydia Fish, that cycle rate is so much faster.
Well, we started this workout with the movement that favors tall athletes, and we're going to finish it with movement that favors shorter athletes. I think a fair game.
Lydia Fish working extremely well. Annika Greer taking another break, but back to work now.
But look at Lydia Fish. She was just on the pull-up break. She has longer arms, going a little bit wider grip to shorten that range of motion, and able to rip off a few big chunks, and she's pulled within 10 reps of Annika Greer. So Lydia opting for those big sets and then settling into the small sets later on down the line, able to make us some key ground.
Over the halfway point for your leader of heat number 2, Annika Greer. She needs a good result here. Fish vying for one of those pro cards for 2026. The further away you get from that bottom of the list, the better.
Yeah, and just to have a workout go well in testing and then knock it out of the park again in competition is just such a big relief, a big boost. I don't know if you play golf, Jeremy, but
Paulie,
everybody has that one club in their bag that's like their trusty go-to.
Driver.
And, not surprised. But to pull it, like, you know, you pull it out of the bag being like, hey, this is my safe spot right here. I need to hit this well. So to actually do that, it's a big relief. It takes a lot of stress off.
Lydia Fish making up a lot of ground on Annika Greer.
And Annika is taking a longer breaks right now.
Lydia Fish into the lead. Oh, this is going to be a tight finish. Annika getting a few more reps on this set, but Fish with probably 2 or 3 sets to go.
Lydia got a no rep.
Annika Greer about to finish off with the final 3. The comeback was swift from Fish, but Greer able to hold things out. Annika Greer, that's the result we wanted.
You could see it from that emotion coming out as she left the pull-up rig.
Lydia Fish, yes. And well ahead of Emily Rolfe and Sydney Mikulishin. So Lydia Fish making up a lot of time on those 100 pull-ups. Emily Rolfe next in line to cross that finish line. Still plenty of time as well. Fisa Garfi finishing heat number 1 in 15:04. Annika Greer 13:55. Looks like Fisa Garfi will have the 3rd fastest time. Oh, it's going to be spot on. Have to check. Oh, it's 15:05. So 1 second slower than Fisa Garfi. Mikulishin.
And that just tells you how fatigued these athletes are. That someone like Sydney is down to singles. Sydney is excellent upper body pulling movements.
And the C-kip. Here we go.
C-kip.
Bring it back. Still a great time from Sydney. Here's some Canadians all over the place. Mikulishin, Rolfe and Greer. Final 2 minutes. Ludwig will be next to come over the line. Jen Muir. Danny Spiegel fighting it out for that 6th place. Last set for Ludwig Vam. And again, Uda going down to singles. You know you are at that absolute fatigue point once you're down to singles. Ludwig Vam in 16.5. Hannah Black probably too far back to get this done. Spiegel and Muir will be next completes. Danny Spiegel. Still some very good sets from Danny Spiegel. Menon Agones just after Danny Spiegel. Jen Muir, Linda Casemore will be our last 2 to get finished. Jen Muir look like she's grimacing.
Don't want to see that. You hope the arms and hands are all right. Yeah, Jen put it out on social media that she had a bloody hand after the snatch, so a tear. Obviously,
last thing you need.
Yeah, some tough uphill sledding when it comes to 100 pull-ups.
Casemon finished up in 17:40. Jen Muir in 17:41. Hannah Black will be about 25 reps short of finishing. Annika Greer, 13:55. Are we going to see faster? And by how much?
Well, either way, I think Annika should be proud of that effort. She made it known pretty early on that she was going to accept nothing less than first in this heat. She was pulling the rest of the heat along pretty much from the outset. First through the dubs, first through the GHDs, first back to the pull-up rig, and sets of 10 was enough to give her a buffer to get the top time so far through 2 women's heats.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Heat 2 down, Heat 3 to come. Let's head down to the competition floor. Lauren Smith standing by with Annika Greer.
Annika, I know prep hasn't been ideal. It's been a tough lead up to the World Fitness Finals. But when you take to the floor and dominate a heat like that, give or take Lydia Fish giving you a scare, I bet that's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I've been needing some points, so I'll take it for sure.
How does the early movements impact the pull-up when you get to that final point?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just depends on what kind of an athlete you are, like what part goes first. For me, pulling is a big strength, so I know that if my shoulders are going, it's fine, because I can always kind of pull. But with that rope specifically, the handle's so thick that I have to hook grip it or else I can't hold it. And so it'll really get your grip going just doing the double unders. Holding the med ball is very grippy too on the med ball GHDs. It's a big interference workout, but I just kind of trusted. There's certain things that even without prep, I am always going to have, squatting and pulling gymnastics being 2 of those things. So I just tried to trust the fitness I have right now on that workout.
Amazing stuff. Well, you looked epic out there. Can't wait to see you in the rest of the competition.
Thank you. Hopefully it's up from here. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Annika. And a 26th, 27th in the pool first day. A 13th, a 26th, and a 12th. This is going to do wonders. Results for our second heat of our pro women. Annika in 13.55. Lydia Fish in 14.06. And Emily Rolfe rounding out 15.05. 1 second slower than Fisa Gaffey from heat number 1. They are your top 4 as we head into our third and final heats. And looking forward to our third and final heats. Don't be surprised to see something pretty amazing coming your way. Stand by for our final heat of our pro women. This is workout number 5. The third day of competition here. World Fitness Finals.
Andreas Solberg, Osterøy, Norway. Sydney Wells, Nashville, United States.
Emma Tall, Ängelholm, Sweden.
Lucy Campbell, Nottingham, United Kingdom.
Laura Horvath, Budapest, Hungary.
Amy Kringle, Worcester, United Kingdom.
Emma Lawson, Ontario, Canada.
Ariel Owen, Texas, United States.
Brooke Wells, Nashville, United States.
Olivia Kerstetter, Kansas City, United States.
Big welcome to the competition floor for the first time. Our pro women in heat number 3, your lane assignments. And it is all happening in lane 5 and 6. Kringle enjoying a 1-point lead over Laura Horvath. Lucy Campbell in 5th. Ariel Lowen, Emma Lawson making up your top 5. All chasing down that time from Annika Greer, 13.55.
Ariel Lowen currently in a 3-way tie as far as overall tour points are concerned with Lucy Campbell and Emma Lawson. So movement up this Copenhagen leaderboard could have a big change for her overall. And then Sydney Wells trying to rebound from maybe not the best lifting performance yesterday, but a good opportunity to flex some of her aerobic capacity. And then Laura Horvath, I think just all around, if she can manage the middle portion there with the GHDs, has the opportunity to build some ground on the pull-ups and the wall ball.
10 seconds. Stand by. Go.
Bumper crowd in at Bella Arena. Day 3 of the World Fitness Finals, the inaugural season of the World Fitness Project for 2025. Welcome to it, wherever you're joining us right around the world. It is great to be here and witnessing some elite performances. This is our third day and workout number 5. 3 workouts today for our pro men and women, and 18 grueling minutes ahead.
And for time, we have 100 wall balls, 150 weighted double unders, 50 med ball GHD sit-ups, 150 weighted double unders, 100 pull-ups, and the weight for the wall balls is 6 kilos, and the time cap is 18 minutes.
A good way to start as well, a staple that athletes have been doing for years. And how quick and how efficient can you do 100?
Yeah, and this movement is just one of the things that you see across all skill levels and divisions in the gym, in competition. And that big 100 rep chunk is an opportunity for these elites to show how they break it up, how they separate themselves for something that you'll see very often in the gym.
I had a good chat to Will Morad on Wednesday morning at breakfast, and we were talking about the programming and how things were laid out. And I said, so who tests all this stuff? And he goes, me. He goes, but that's changing next year.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, he's about a year removed from winning his age division at the Games, so he's still very fit. If you see anything he posts on social media, he is still
got it.
Still got it for sure.
Kringle, Horvath, Solberg, your top 3. Lawson, Campbell, making up your top 5.
And I like it when we have these big rep sets like this. All of these women are capable of doing 100 unbroken or getting very close to it on any given day. So then how they choose to break it up is indicative of, all right, how are they planning and how is the rest of this workout going to affect them?
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Spoken like the father of what was once a teenage boy.
Still acts like a teenager. Kringle at the top of the leaderboard for Copenhagen and enjoying a 60 rep lead on the season-wide leaderboard as well. What are you expecting out of Amy Kringle in the next 18 minutes?
I think she's going to lean on her massive engine. I think in general, I know she's been working on some of the other skill components, high rep skill, gymnastics. You know, the strength movements hasn't always been one of her best, but she's always had a huge engine and she can work through things like these double unders and create some separation from the rest of the field. I remember first time I was introduced to her as an athlete, you see this nice, efficient jump rope position for Amy. It was that strength and depth a few years ago, and they did a recreation of the 333, and she was blowing away her heat. And it was clear that she had something special. It just had to work on the other skill components. And right now, she's leading the overall tour points race, and that's not by chance.
Very tight. All 10 women within a couple of reps of each other. Ariel Lowen was the last to pick up her rope. Kringle and Horvath currently in the lead. Kerstetter made a big jump. She was about 7 reps behind at the start of the wall balls and has made that up very quickly. Emma Lawson making her way into position as well. You're in the lead, Gabby, by 1 point on the leaderboard just for the Copenhagen results. How does that mentally sit with you, knowing you're just 1 point ahead of someone like Laura Horvath?
Oh, like, it's so stressful. I mean, you don't want to be in this position ever.
Would you rather be behind Laura, or do you want her chasing you down?
Depends how many workouts left. When you have multiple opportunities to get some points, I think it's better to chase someone. With having just one workout left, that's a lot of pressure.
About to get done with the double under components of workout number 5. Amy Kringle, one of our taller athletes in the women's field. Does that play into her hands for the medball GHD sit-ups? There's 1 point on the leaderboard. There's only a few seconds between 1 and 2, Kringle and Horvath, as they head to the medball sit-ups for 50 reps.
And early on, we've seen a lot of women choose to anchor their hips a little bit closer to the foot pad on this GHD. Both Amy and Laura having their hips set back more close to a traditional GHD that we would see.
So what sort of effect does that have?
I think you look, if you're able to really extend the legs and fire the quads and hips, it gets a little bit snappier leg action, and you're not pulling through the feet as much. You see when people kind of butterfly their knees out and they have the hips towards the front, it's almost kind of pulling the hamstrings in, kind of yanking their feet up against that foot pad to generate some momentum.
Sydney Wells doing the same. You've got to wonder how much fatigue has been taken on board after those box step-ups yesterday. In Project 1, our third workouts of the competition. And Laura Horvath cycling just a little bit quicker than Amy Kringle. Are you going to your plan, or is Laura looking at the side of her eye just going, okay, I am cycling faster, I've just try and keep that pace? But let's head down to Lauren Smith on the floor.
Thanks, Jeremy. I was just chatting to David Shrunky, who's Emma Tal's partner. Look, Emma's come into this competition off the back of a serious shoulder injury. It's a miracle she's even on the competition floor in the first place. And I asked him, you know, how do you set expectation when you're used to being at the top and you know your body isn't performing to its full capacity? And he's about taking small wins, showing what you have got. Right now, she is fighting to retain her pro card status. She really wants to be here next year. And she is going to do everything she can within her capacity to get the job done here this evening and going into tomorrow.
Thank you, Lauren. And yes, pro cards on the line for season 2026. Kringle still with a couple of second lead over Horvath. Lucy Campbell jumping herself into third. Currently sitting 5th on the Copenhagen leaderboard. Sitting 4th on the season-wide leaderboard, 1,810 points. And yeah, Tommy, you did mention it last night about the lifting. She took a hit. It's time to move for Lucy Campbell.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for continue to claw back towards that leaderboard. Remember, her and Laura were tied in points coming into the weekend as far as overall tour season points is concerned. She's given up ground, but an opportunity to break that points tie with Emma Lawson and Ariel Lowen. Maybe put herself back in contention for the season-long victory.
It's almost like the calm before the storm. The middle set of double unders.
Athletes will have to progress every 50.
That was a great shot of Amy Kringle, and just the body movement where it is just straight up and down. You don't want too much play forward, back, left and right.
What you see as people start to fatigue, you see the angle of their torso relative to their legs starts to change. You see people start to like curl the heels up a little bit and change their jump position. and it kind of forces you around the gym a little bit. They'll rotate, they'll move forward. Look at Laura's positioning, so crisp, compact still.
There's a third break from Laura Horvath on the final 50. Kringle not far away. The eyes go to the heavens. Really? I've still got a few more to go. Amy Kringle, the first to move. The battle for second continues with Horvath and Campbell.
It should be noted that 1 rep on the double unders is 10 reps. So for 1 rep in live scoring equals 10 reps on the double unders, just for ease of live scoring sake. So even though it showed that they were only 1 rep apart, Laura still had 10 reps of double unders to go.
Horvath, Kringle battling. Campbell not far away. Oh, Horvath, a massive set of pull-ups. The crowd responds.
And she is
going. Come on.
That was a set of 30 to start. And you saw a lot of athletes, they'll start with a slightly different kip, you know, a little bit tighter, compact kip at the start. And then as they get fatigued, incorporate the hips and legs a little bit more. Laura, right away, a longer, smooth, big hip pop for that kip.
Laura Horvath looking great. Got to be careful not to bite off too much. Some of our women in heat number 2 going down to single reps, running out of steam.
Well, she did 30-20 right there for her first set of 50. That's bold. And for someone like Laura, who is, you know, competed at a high level in rock climbing, there's so much grit management built into that sport. That's something she can fall back on.
Horvath ahead. And good to know that's in your back pocket going into the final 100 pull-ups as well. A win here will put Laura into the lead on the Copenhagen leaderboard. Still 5 reps between 1v2. Lucy Campbell clearly in third.
Kringle starting to break off from those sets of 10.
But if you look over as an overall leaderboard perspective, Amy Kringle can let Laura go a little. Doesn't need to push that hard that she's going to put herself into a hole.
As long as she's not gonna allow anyone between them, she should be fine. There's a lot of workouts left.
Horvath, come on! Copenhagen leaderboard will change. Horvath jumping into first place for the Copenhagen leaderboard. Double points on our season leaderboard. What does that do?
That will certainly close the gap between her and Amy Kringle.
The good news for Amy Kringle, our next fastest time is 13:55 from Annika Greer, and she is going to be well under that, so she will take second place overall.
Something to keep in mind, Amy reduced to singles there, fatigue really piling up. Laura still able to do 10s. You start to think about, all right, what is going to be the long-term effect of this workout on the rest of the weekend, knowing that we still have some pulling ahead?
Campbell will start progressing her way towards Ariel Lowen and Emma Lawson on the Copenhagen leaderboard. And Emma Lawson just ahead, actually on equal points on the season-wide leaderboard.
And Ariel Lowen was one of the last athletes off of the first set of double unders. Really hit the jets as she got through the GHD sit-ups, and an impressive performance so far from Ariel on the pull-up rig.
And one word that comes to mind with Ariel Lowen is just consistency.
Yeah.
She's just so consistent. Everything she does, 14-14. Outside that time from Annika Greer.
And I was chatting with Ariel's husband before the competition. They chose to come out earlier this comp because they've noticed that one of the things more recently she's struggled with the adjustment on time zone changes. So they made it a point to get out to Copenhagen earlier to allow her to adjust.
Emma Lawson in. Will be remaining in the top 4 on the season-wide leaderboard and top 5 and the Copenhagen leaderboard. Brooke Wells is in. Just not going to feel the same with no Brooke Wells in the field next year. Come on, Brooke, change your mind.
I mean, she's where she stands. She's going to get a pro card invite. She's currently 7th in the tour leaderboard in points.
Sydney Wells. Brooke versus Sydney battle. Brooke jumping ahead again. Emma Tall will be next finished. And this is going to be a quick heat with all of our pro women getting finished up. Emma Tall, as Lawrence said, just so impressive that she's here. Olivia Kerstetter. Great last sets. And Andrea Solberg. Done. Under 16 minutes. Quick.
And bring your hands together to your winner,
Laura Horvath throwing down the gauntlet. Here I come, ladies.
And that's back-to-back strong performances from Laura. She hit a personal best in the snatch yesterday evening, backs it up, going toe-to-toe with Amy Kringle, the woman she is chasing on the overall tour leaderboard. And Laura behind some impressive work on the pull-up rig gets another workout win.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Impressive performance from Laura Horvath. She's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Laura, with that event win, it has put you in control of the Copenhagen leaderboard. It was always going to be a little bit of a fight back from event number 2. Where's that fight come from?
You know, this is a long weekend. We are just starting Saturday, so basically half of the workouts are left. So what's in the past, in the past. I'm just focusing on today and keep the momentum rolling from last night.
You hit a personal best. You're obviously executing unbelievably on the floor. To see constant growth in yourself after all this time in this space, what's that like?
It's great, you know, it's like experience, practice, and like believing in yourself and your abilities, and also not crumbling under pressure, just, you know, focusing the task at hand and not getting carried away with the leaderboard or like, where am I right now, but just looking to where I'm going.
Now that looked very grippy. I can imagine the body's feeling a fair amount of fatigue. How do you see it impacting you and how you might attack the events later today?
You know, it's just all about recovery this time around. So like recovering from here to the next one, and then to the next one, and then it's good to get a good night's sleep and then crush it again tomorrow. So it's just basically executing and also focusing on fueling and eating and resting well.
And getting a little bit of energy in. Great job.
Definitely. Thank you, guys.
I'm just going to keep crushing it. Okay, cool.
Makes it sound easy.
I like the positivity. Our results from our third and final heats of our pro women, Laura, in 12 and a half. That first 2 sets, 30 and 20 on those pull-ups. It's got to set yourself up very well. Good result from Amy Kringle once again. She will remain in second position on the Copenhagen leaderboard and in first place on the season-wide leaderboard. Lucy Campbell is going to do herself some favours as well. Currently sitting 5th on Copenhagen leaderboard.
All the top 5 women in the tour point standings were top 5 in that workout. So living up to their billing across the entirety of the season, but also you can see the sense of urgency from those women to maintain their position.
So Laura, has she done enough to propel herself to the top of both leaderboards? We'll have to wait until the official results come out. Make sure you head to competitioncorner.net. Check out what is happening for the Copenhagen leaderboard. And we'll get those results for the season-wide leaderboard for you as soon as we can. But wrapping things up for workout 5 for our pro women, our men coming up next. Welcome back to Bella Arena. It is the pro men taking on workout number 5. Our season standings, James Sprague, a little bit of a buffer back to Justin Medeiros, who's having a great competition here in Copenhagen. Dallin Pepper in 3rd, Gerard in 4th, and Roman Krenikov in 5th. The impressive thing that is jumping straight out, Matt, at me is Jack Farlow and Jona Koski doing themselves all the favors so far.
Yeah, on the heels of their performances this weekend, specifically Jack in 2nd place in the Copenhagen leaderboard, Jona in 4th. The double points will project them to have a huge boost when everything is said and done here.
First heat of our pro men about to hit the competition floor for the first time today.
Troy Clay, Springfield, United States.
Julius Kieser, Leipzig, Germany. Tommaso Pieri, Lucca, Italy.
Nate Ackerman, Illinois, United States.
Nick Matthew, Minnesota, United States.
Colin Bossart, Bern, Switzerland. Tolo Maracchino, Maryland, United States of America.
Daniel Camacho, Pamplona, Spain.
Matt Gilpin, Brisbane, Australia.
Our gentlemen coming to the floor, witnessing our first 3 heat of the pro women and exactly the way they need to strategize our lane assignments. Colin Bossard, the Swiss maestro. Expecting big things from him. Troy Clay, one of our last backfields coming into the competition.
Yeah, and Bossard, I would expect him to fly once we get to the pull-up rig. Maybe see if he can push the pace a little bit early on. Jeremy, I know you'll be pulling for Matty Gilpin.
Of course. Another of our backfills, Matty Gilpin. Part of training think tank. But making the trek, leaving Australia, heading out to Atlanta. How good training with Travis Mayer every day?
Not a bad training partner. You see Danny Camacho and Nick Matthew.
10 seconds. Stand by. Go!
Underway, the first of our pro men's heats.
We saw both Nick Matthew and Colin Bossard. Right now, they are on the outside looking in as far as the pro card is concerned. Nick in 22nd, Bossard in 23rd. So hoping that maybe a couple of strong performances over the next few workouts can chip away at that deficit. Luka Jukic holding on to the 20th spot. With 100 wall balls, 150 weighted double unders, 50 med ball GHD sit-ups, another set of double unders, and finishing with 100 pull-ups. Straight shot down the floor. Time cap of 18 minutes.
Our mini graphic to the right-hand side will signify exactly how many reps are remaining. This is very similar to what we've seen for heat number 3 of our pro women. Everything very close together. Now going into a workout such as this, and you've got 100 wall balls, and there's some athletes out there who absolutely just love wall balls. How do you attack this? How do you address this and not get too excited to go out too hot?
Well, there's a few things that can kind of work into that. I know talking to some of the taller athletes, they have a specific breathing cadence that goes along with the wall ball, so really focusing on that. And I mean, most of these athletes can go for a big set if they need to, and sticking to that and maybe not worrying about the movements ahead here as we see the blueprint. Middle management, the 3 movements in the middle, the 2 sets of double unders and GHD sit-ups, pretty steady as far as the cycle time relative to each athlete. So the determining factor is going to be how many breaks you take. And then, like I said, you can knock off a big chunk here on the wall balls. And I think that's also true on the pull-ups for the athletes that are going to be most successful and pace this right. They'll be able to make up some ground at the beginning and end with some big sets.
Because once I get to the 100 pull-ups at the back end of workout number 5, you don't have a choice, you're fatigued. So if you're good at pull-ups, if you're not good at pull-ups, we saw how Laura attacked hers in that 3rd heat of the pro women. So you're going to be under duress by the time you get there. So it must be difficult to try and strategize how best to get through these 100 wall balls.
And Laura, you know, wins the workout. Big chunk on the wall balls. Steady, consistent management through the middle, and then big chunk, 2 big chunks to start her pull-ups. And that was the difference maker between her and Amy Kringle.
Tommaso Pieri, the first to the double unders. Velites, grab your free WFP and Velites wristbands today. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Nick Matthew.
Look at the difference in cadence between Colin Bossard on the left, the blue shorts, and Tommaso Pieri, all black on the right. Just a faster jump, quicker turnover.
Bossard, Nick Matthew, Nate Ackerman. Stature of athlete, all very similar. Camacho just to the left of your screen, and Tommaso Pieri a little bit taller. Julius Keysar just to the right-hand side in that white shirt. Bossard starting to make a move. And is this the most optimal resting position? The bent over, digging those elbows into the quads, taking the pressure off those forearms.
Well, you just saw Tommaso set the handles down and stand straight up, right? Getting that diaphragm vertical, nice big breath. I ultimately think each athlete is going to naturally gravitate towards what works best for them, right? For Tommaso, he wants to stand up, take a couple of big breaths, helps him time out his rest.
Keysar and Bossard bouncing back and forth for that second place position. Nick Matthew, Nate Ackerman doing the same. And Tommy, as you did mention, the scoring for the double unders, 1 rep for every 10. Tommaso Pieri, part of our challenger division in tour stop number 1. And we've noticed some cadence from our women earlier on in our heats. Tommaso going a little bit slower, and I'm sure that is deliberate.
We see another judge's hand going up in the air. It is for Nick Matthew. The lady number 5, as he is on his way to get ready for his...
Tommaso Pieri, 10 reps ahead of Nick Matthew. Danny Camacho starting to make a move. Julius Kisa, just to the right of your screen, getting set and ready to go, but Pieri enjoying some time out in front. Bossard taking a little bit longer with those double unders.
Very unique position for Danny Camacho. See, kind of really pulling against the foot placement, kind of sliding his hips forward, bringing his center of mass towards the foot rest. Bring the ball there. Maybe a little extra movement.
Now keep in mind, he did have that left labrum tear in his hip. So
yes.
Is he protecting that a little bit by using that butterfly position just to minimize fatigue a little bit?
It's possible. You definitely saw him struggling with that at Tour Stop 1, so maybe just a slight variation to make sure that he doesn't aggravate anything.
But you can see that the cycle speed on the GHD in the men division is so different to the female. I'm wondering if that's the deficit, the pillow.
It is Pro 5, 18 minutes of work ahead. The first 2 components done, they are into the third.
Tommaso Pieri taking multiple breaks here, starting to lose a little bit of ground to both Danny Camacho and Nick Matthew. Nate Ackerman starting to enter the conversation here with a good push on the GHDs.
Tommaso Pieri in the lead. But not much of a lead. Danny Camacho making a big move on those GHD sit-ups. Nate Ackerman doing the same. Now Danny Camacho leaving his rope back, so he had to walk an extra 10 meters to go and get it.
We also went and grabbed some chalk too as well. Maybe just a little tactical break. I'm going to leave it back here knowing I could take an extra breath walking back and forth.
Nate Ackerman jumping into the lead. It is very close. And as you mentioned about Tommaso Pieri taking extra breaks, maybe it is starting to fatigue him just a little bit more. Top of screen, Julius Kisa. Tommaso Pieri. Nate Ackerman. Nick Matthew, Danny Camacho, Colin Bossard about to step into frame. Let's head down to Lauren Smith on the floor.
Cheers, Jeremy. So I was sat watching this with Ivan Dalringard. He was part of the CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue team that did multiple back-to-back podiums at the CrossFit Games. And we were talking about shoulder efficiency. You can see on the warbles, there is a real mix of variation, just trying to find that one moment to relax the shoulders before going into those heavy-weighted double unders. Obviously, that's worked to varying effect. You saw those big arm sweeps. You also saw quick drops by Troy Clay, which was slightly more efficient for the athletes. But that is going to be a key part of getting through this workout successfully. And it's been paying off for Nate Ackerman.
Nate Ackerman has made a big move, Lauren. I'm excited to see what he can do with these final 100 pull-ups. Tommaso Pieri taking a big break. Oh, the fatigue on those arms does not bode well for 100 pull-ups to come.
Your arms aren't going to recover on the pull-up rig.
Before they go to the 100 pull-ups.
And it's not even a matter of trying to get ahead of your competitor. It's trying to minimize the fatigue that your body's taking on. Tommaso, chalk break. And not a bad chalk break to do.
If it allows him to drop the handles, step right up and jump up to the rig, then that's a smart break.
Nate Ackerman, here we go.
That's exactly what he did. Nate Ackerman stopping to chalk, Tommaso hopping up first.
Now keep in mind, the height of Tommaso Pieri, a lot greater than Nate Ackerman. The cycle rate is going to be a lot slower for Tommaso Pieri.
And you see this A-frame with two different height pull-up bars. Athletes are required to face in.
Mancho just behind Nick Matthew. Matthew with a great cycle rate as well. He's in the center of your screen in the red shirts. Ackerman jumps back into the lead. It's a good to and fro between himself, Tommaso Pieri. Comancho. Now probably knowing that the GHDs were going to be a bit difficult for him, adjusting where he had to, and now ploughing ahead.
Just noticed Tommaso Pieri is wearing a Victor Hoffer jersey.
As you would, we had him here yesterday.
Yeah. Showing some love to a buddy who I know wishes he was on the competition floor.
Bossart next to step up for the pull-ups. Nate Ackerman enjoying a little bit of breathing space. Back to Tommaso Pieri, who drops down to third. Comancho. What can he do in the back 50? Ackerman, center of screen in the blue shorts, taking a bit of a longer break.
See Ackerman a little bit more narrow grip relative to his shoulders. Especially as you get up out of that initial pop from the kip, that's going to put a lot emphasis on the forearms and biceps.
Ackerman, 30 remaining. The final rep will be the run to the finish line. Gabby, is that something you try to keep at the back of your mind, is to do sets of 5 or sets of 10? Or are you going random numbers and go by feel?
Just go by feel. Like if you notice that your resting time is getting longer, you might just switch your strategy and do shorter sets.
We're starting to see a little bit of a fall off from Tommaso Pieri. Danny Camacho making a big push. He's been able to hold on to some big sets over in lane number 2.
And probably not wary of where Nate Ackerman is. Ackerman with the last 5. Make that 3, 2, and 1. Ackerman. Great stuff from Nate Ackerman, just under 15 minutes. Comancho has been impressive at the back end. Just had to weather the storm. Nick Matthew jumping ahead of Tommaso Pieri as well. Danny Camacho. Nick Matthew will be next finished. Tommaso, maybe just a touch hot.
Yeah, burning out on those pull-ups. You saw him shaking out his forearms and hands on the double unders. Maybe just came out a little hot.
Oh, no rep from Nick Matthew in the last three. Matthew was in as well. And Tommaso, who led all the way up to the last 50 pull-ups in this workout. Sub 16 as well.
It looks like
Colin Bossart. Only 90 seconds remaining now. Matt Gilpin, Tola Maracagno, Julius Kiza and Troy Clay. Crowd getting behind our final four men in our first heats. Matty Gilpin will be next finished. Tola is going to have to work reasonably hard here to get the last 30 reps done. Aussie Matt Gilpin finishing up 17:05. He's up. Very big pro-German crowd giving him a big cheer as he comes across the line. Troy Clay, that's a good big set to finish off. Great job from Troy Clay. Sneaking under that 18-minute mark. Ryan Tola had a good crack. Not able to finish off the final 10 reps.
And a big round of applause.
Nate Ackman. 14 minutes, 54 seconds. Unfazed by all the attention. Yeah. Let's go.
And early on, it was Tommaso Pieri kind of throwing down the gauntlet, daring a few athletes to chase him. He got a good push from Nick Matthew, Danny Camacho, and Nate Ackerman. But on those final sets of pull-ups, Nate able to hold on just a little bit longer and get himself a Heat 1 win. Good start to his Saturday.
3, 2, 1, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's go. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Impressive from our first heat of our pro men hitting the floor for workout number 5 on our third day of competition. The World Fitness Finals. Nate Ackerman getting the job done, 14:54, and he's standing by with Lauren Smith.
Nate, that performance really showed the importance of pacing. How much were you going off by feel versus probably what your coach, Dom D'Agostino, told you to do?
It was honestly all off pacing from what he gave me. I did this workout like one time in training, and I had to split up the double unders in 10s, the pull-ups in 10s, so I was honestly pretty scared. But once we finished the wall balls, I was like in last place, and I was like, shoot, I don't even know if I'll be able to catch up, but I guess it was all about pacing.
And trusting your coach. We know you are amazing at upper body pulling, but when you got to that pull-up bar and you had to make up time, how much confidence did you have in yourself?
Honestly, not much. my arms, my triceps, my biceps, my grip was all gone. So I had no idea who was like around me and how many reps they were at. So I didn't know what was happening. So just kept going.
Dude, it worked. Great job out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My entire body is falling to bits, but I'm just going to keep going. Oh, wow. Nate Ackerman, great job. And pace to perfection. That is a massive sign from our pro-German crowd. Julius Kieser getting plenty of support on the floor. And our results from the first of our pro men's heats. Ackerman in 14:54. And all bar two getting done. Tommaso Pieri will get that time updated for you once we get that chip timer done. Tommaso leading the charge for most of it. And sometimes you just get your pacing wrong by a smidge.
Especially when the final movement is such a big chunk of pull-ups, hitting absolute failure or hitting the point where you really have to back off is all that it takes. You heard Nate, he was one of the last ones off the wall balls and still able to chip away.
Heat two of our pro men onto the floor.
Luka Đukić, Temerin, Serbia. Jeffrey Adler, Montreal, Canada. Patrick Vellner, Chelsea, Canada.
Travis Mayer, Atlanta, United States.
Aniele Cai, Zarauz, Spain. Tudor Magda, Baku, Romania. Colton Mertens, Iowa, United States.
Ty Jenkins, Missouri, United States.
Chris Ibarra, Kansas City, United States.
Björgvin Karl Guðmundsson, Stock City, Iceland.
A massive cheer for the most experienced on the competition floor. And Elena Simons had to smile a little when Tudor came out, and the lifting between him and Guy last night was just off the charts.
So good. So good.
Don't do that, mate. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't outlift me. Colton Mertens, tour stop 2. I tell you what, he set the world on fire.
And he's someone to keep your eye on as we get further into this workout, especially as we get to the pull-up bar. Pat Vellner, the pressure's on. This should be a good workout for him, an opportunity to continue a climb. And then the youngster, Ty Jenkins, solid weekend overall, currently 15th in the tour points standings based on projection. So keeping that momentum high could earn him the coveted pro card after the weekend's over.
How does swimming relate to pull-ups? In his case, let's hope it does.
Shoulders, lats.
Especially if you're doing butterfly in the pool and on the pull-up bar. Underway. The second of our pro men's heats. One more heat to come. This is workout 5. Our third day of competition. One more day to come after this. But 18 minutes for these athletes to get the work done.
One straight shot down the floor to the finish line. 100 wall balls to kick things off. 150 weighted dubs. 50 med ball GHD sit-ups. A little bit more double unders, and then 100 pull-ups to wrap things up.
Talking about pacing, Nate Ackerman in the interview saying he just went by pacing and had to trust what his body could do. Tommaso Pieri, his pace was just a little bit too fast, and he suffered pretty badly at the last 25 reps of those pull-ups.
Nate was one of the few athletes that was also doing the arm swing on the wall ball technique. He was kind of switching back and forth, kind of swinging the arms out to kind of give himself a little bit of rest on the arms and shoulders.
And Yolakai in lane 6 doing just that right now.
And Pat Vellner as well.
Yeah, you'll see that kind of as almost like a quick little shakeout.
Colton Mertens, the same technique in the black shirt and the gray shorts. Now coming into the second heat of our men, are you worried about what Nate Ackerman just did? Have you got that in your back of your mind? Or are you going by, hey, at the halfway point, I should be at this time based on what Nate Ackerman just did?
I mean, I really don't look much on the heat prior. I really want to try to do my best. And
I think some of these athletes have a good idea of the goal time in mind, right? And they probably maybe took a quick look at, hey, Nate was maybe above or below that. So, okay, that might adjust my expectation just a little bit. But for the most part, they'll have an idea of, hey, I want to finish the wall balls here. I want to finish first set of dubs around here. And kind of let that be your guide.
especially in a workout like this, when the tactic of the workout is so crucial.
It reminds me of the benchmark workout Angie, which is 100 reps of a bunch of different things, and you kind of have to break each one of those up. You're like, I want to finish the pull-ups here, I want to finish the squats here, I want to finish the sit-ups here. You kind of segment accordingly.
Travis Mayer with no shirt in the center, and Yolakai to the left, Patrick Vellner to the right. Oh, Travis Mayer. The man who should not have any time to train finds the time to train. Judah Magda getting to work, as is Jeff Adler. Now Adler in lane number 9, sitting on the outside, but don't be surprised to see him towards the end of workout 5. Zybara steps up and joins BKG. Now, interestingly, Ty Jenkins, the final athlete. Nate Ackerman doing exactly the same in Heat 1 for the men. Are we going to see something similar from the youngster? Mertens getting to work.
We can also see the community on the right-hand side.
Grab your free WFP and Velites wristbands. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Ibarra steps forward. If anyone knows a game plan, he's probably done a game plan every single different way. That's BKG. Expect him to be at the pointy end once we do get to the 100 pull-ups. Do you get to that point as an athlete, and you've been, like BKG, you've been in the game for so long, that you run out of ideas of how to strategize better?
I do think that because we've seen him enter the sport at a young age and then develop over time, and he's been towards the top, a top 10 caliber athlete, even multiple time podium finisher, I think the thing that keeps it maybe fresh or not necessarily running out of ideas is that you have to adjust as your skill set and body and capacities change as you age, right? He's one of the older athletes in the field. He's one of the seasoned vets now, and so he's not one of those teenage athletes, one of those spry young 23, 24-year-olds.
Tudor Magda, Ty Jenkins, Nate Ackerman type of athlete.
Yep.
And let's head down to the fourth member of our team on the competition floor. It is Lauren Smith.
Cheers, gang. I've been speaking to Annie Thorisdottir about how she would attack this workout. Now, I get every athlete's skill sets are going to be a little bit different, but she said she'd take it carefully on the wall balls, but you really need to protect yourself on those double unders. They're going to fatigue you so quickly. A really fast GHD med ball, sit up, again conservative on the next round of double unders, so you can absolutely send it in a huge chunk on the pull-up bar and then see it through to the end.
That is right.
You see Tudor Magda at the front. He is opting for that hip placement more towards the top in front of the GHD pad. Legs not getting too extension.
I thought he was just about to adjust himself into another position to maybe move the fatigue from where it is to a different point.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but even when he's reaching the ball all the way down, there's still a slight bend at the knee.
Travis Mayer, Tudor Magda, Jeff Adler. Haven't seen much of Jeff Adler, but he is all the way down to the far right of your screen in the black shirt. He's in lane 9, and he is well and truly in touch with our leaders.
It should be noted that he is in the second heat based on current tour points standings. Off the projections, Jeff still having a good weekend relative to Copenhagen as well. Had a tough start, has worked himself into 7th overall as far as the Copenhagen World Fitness Finals leaderboard is concerned.
Mayer jumping back ahead of Tudor Magda. Magda finishing up. Jeffrey Adler steps up. Vellner has made a massive move on those GHD sit-ups. And BKG as well down there in lane number 1. Talk about caliber of athlete on the competition floor. Adler, Vellner, Mayer. Bjorgman Carl Goodmanson. And one of our teenage CrossFit Games champs, Tudor Magda. I love the way he shows no emotion on the floor, regardless of how much he's hurting.
Very even keel, stoic.
Iceman from Iceland. Ibarra and Yolekai. Drukic at the top of screen. Mertens and Jenkins, your last two. Mertens and Jenkins. Into that first section of the weighted double unders. Mayer just ahead of Magda, ahead of Adler and Vellner. Two Canadians side by side. That's going to be a great battle for those two. We know how good gymnastically Patrick Vellner is.
And right now they're well ahead of the pace from last heat as far as getting through the second set of double unders.
Business now dispensing with the shirt. The final 50 for Jeff Adler. This is a lot tighter and a lot closer than heat number 1. Travis Mayer, one of our taller athletes. The cycle rate is going to be a little bit slower. Oh, Tudor, that looks effortless.
And you saw him kind of hop up, grip, and then adjust his grip after that first rep.
Adler, the third to step forward to the 100 pull-ups. What has Jeff Adler got in store for us for the next couple of minutes? We're going to see something similar to the Laura Horvath strategy of a 30-20. Jeff Adler still hanging on. This has been a massive set from Jeff Adler. He's on the right-hand side of your screen. Oh, wow. That was a big set for Jeff Adler.
Well, there's the 30. Let's see if he can back it up with the 20. You heard him yesterday during his interview. You know, he's trying out some new things, made some adjustments. He said his minimum goal was top 20. He's in the top 20 right now. Maybe time to let it rip a little bit.
Travis Mayer continues just behind Tudor Magda.
30 and 15.
Noticing how Travis Mayer, Tudor Magda are coming off the pull-up bar, and Jeff Adler. Jeff looks a lot fresher every time he comes down. Doesn't seem to be going to that place of hurt.
Doesn't collapse to the hands on knees right away. I think part of that too is the carryover. We talk about Jeff's aerobic capacity and how good he is. Ability to control the heart rate, control the breathing.
Well, that's the goal, isn't it? Tudor Magda. Getting tight now. Tudor with a little bit of a gap. But here comes Adler with a big set. Only 3 reps behind. Magda back on. Oh, that pain face tells the story.
Tudor starting to break up a little bit. He did 7 reps on that last set. Once you start seeing those weird numbers, that's just, hey, strategy's out the window. Just go as much as I can.
Adler trying his hardest to reel in Tudor Magda. Tudor going into the final rep. Oh no, we don't need to do 101. 100 will do. Tudor Magda, 13:48. A minute 20 quicker than Nate Ackerman. Adler, right on 14 minutes. Actually, just under 13:59. Travis Mayer hitting a little bit of a purple patch for him. And it seems like those big sets from athletes hitting the pull-ups early is paying dividends. Oh, BKG. 4th fastest time so far. And Yolakai is in. Under that time from Nate Ackerman. Drukic, Vellner, Mertens, Jenkins, and Ibarra. Ibarra will be next done.
Oh man, Pat Vellner taking some big breaks here. Starting to fall off a little bit on the pull-up rig.
But a fairly decent set. Jenkins, he gets finished up. Mertens. Drukic is in. Still 2 and a bit minutes. Crowd really getting behind. the legend, Pat Fellner. You just try and hang on.
Yeah, you can see something's just not right with Pat. That's very uncharacteristic of him, especially, you know, he looks good on the rig. The movement looks crisp, but as soon as he's off,
yeah, that's a recovery position. Not great.
But still got a lot of fight in him.
Always. Patrick Fellner. Oh, he's not looking good. Some tough going. Still 90 seconds underneath that time cap.
Another good one from Tudor. We saw a good charge from one of the aged vets in Travis Mayer, going toe-to-toe with one of the younger athletes in the field in Tudor Magda. We got a good push from Jeff Adler as well, but all props to Tudor Magda after that lifting duel. Out-duels another pair of accomplished athletes.
And our second heat of our men done and dusted, and the man with the best lawn in the United States, Travis Mayer, standing by with Lauren Smith.
Travis, it's been an unbelievable weekend so far. Obviously, got a little away from you out there right at the end. But if you could sum up the weekend as a whole for you to come out and execute at this level, especially given the year that you've had, that's pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, a broken back on tour stop 1. Tour stop 2, wasn't sure how fitness was going to kind of be. And then even coming to this, wasn't really sure. When you don't contend at the second stop, I was like, ooh, this isn't looking good for me. But then coming out here and being able to capitalize and have some good performances kind of relights that fire. And then this is the reason why we're here.
I love it. And then you're doing this alongside a very exciting generation coming through, Tudor Magda, you know, pushing hard on that workout and others. What impresses you about the level of competition and this new generation?
Well, I think for all of us, we're not dead yet. I'm still out here fighting. They may be younger, but we're still going. So for all of us that might perceive to be a little older, we're still doing pretty well. I mean, it's awesome being able to watch the younger guys come back up. I think my first game's in 13. I think Dallin was in 6th grade or something. So, I mean, it just kind of shows like we've been around a while, but we can all still hang. So it's pretty fun.
Right now, you're still well on track for a pro card next season. Yep. Is it game on?
Yeah, of course. Until I stop, we're still going.
Love it.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. We're not stopping. Come on. One for the old
was
guys.
in 6th grade. Oh, buddy.
Oh, how good. Pro cards on the line, and Travis Mayer in a great position to grab one of those for season 2026. Our results: 13:47 for Tudor Magda. Jeff Adler, that was impressive from him. Probably the result we expected from him as well. BKG in there. Travis Mayer.
Just in general, if you're Tudor and you look at that leaderboard there and you're like, all right, who are the 3 guys right behind me? BKG, Adler, and Mayer. Pretty happy about that.
Got these old guys behind me. But our final heats of our pro men about to hit the floor for the first time. This is workout number 5. And we've got a cracking time to beat.
Jelle Hoste, Isenham, Belgium. Emma Smith, Kansas City, United States.
Jack Farlow, Waterloo, Canada.
Ricky Garrard, Wollongong, Australia. Justin Medeiros, Boise, United States. James Sprague, Coeur d'Alene, United States of America.
Dallin Pepper, Utah, United States of America.
Roman Krenikov, Cookville, United States.
Jonna Koski, Pori, Finland.
Guilherme Malheiros, Rio de Janeiro, Brasil.
Our third and final heat of our pro men, Elena Simons. Lane 3, Roman Krenikov. A massive happy birthday to Roman Krenikov, turning 31 today. And can we get more of the same as we've seen over the first two tour stops? Medeiros also hitting a purple patch in at the finals.
He's your overall leader at this point, and it really is reminiscent of when he was your back-to-back fittest man on earth. Not necessarily winning anything, but racking up top 10s, consistency across the top. Jonna Koski has done a huge favor for his chances at a pro card. He's 4th overall at Copenhagen and then inside the top 20 for that pro card. Same with Jack Farlow. Jack Farlow on this Copenhagen leaderboard in 2nd behind Justin.
Talk about the biggest rejuvenation you've seen Jack Farlow.
I think if you had told him on the first day
of the first two tours
of Indianapolis that going into Saturday you're going to be 6th on the overall tour point standings, he might have had you go see a doctor to get checked up to see if you're completely well.
See if you got all your faculties there. 18 minutes left of workout number 5 as our gentlemen get to work. It is Pro 5 and presented by Velitas.
One round, one straight shot, 100 wall balls, 150 weighted dubs, 50 med ball GHD sit-ups, another 150 weighted dubs, and then wrapping things up with 100 pull-ups.
This workout is presented to you by Velitas. The score to beat by Trooper Madeline Ruizzi is 13 minutes and 47 seconds.
Medeiros, Koski, Pepper, Gerard, Farlow. They are your top 5. How best to strategize this one? Well, let's head to the blueprint presented by Velitas.
I think the middle movements in this and how you manage them is key. You're not really going to pick up the pace or increase cycle time too much on double unders and GHD sit-ups, but reducing the amount of breaks, obviously, in that middle portion is going to be the differentiator. A little big set bookend. I think we've seen athletes have some success getting out early with a big set of wall balls, as well as a big set of pull-ups late.
Jonna Koski trying to hang with your leader, Justin Medeiros. Jack Farlow is yellow hosta all the way on the far right of your screen in the maroon shirt. Chandler Smith to the left. Yellow hosta taking a hit yesterday with the max snatch. Jack Farlow just utilizing the arms out wide position for recovery. Jonna Koski doing the same, second athlete in with the orange shorts.
You mentioned Yella taking a hit. He is dealing with kind of a lingering wrist issue, so making the choice to just get one quick lift in and save some energy and not exacerbate it any further, and hopefully be able to attack some of the workouts later on like today.
Interesting from Guy, catching the ball and then placing it on the ground. Number of athletes just choosing to hit the target and letting the ball bounce on the floor.
I'm sure there are affiliate and gym owners around the world saying, thank you. Please don't let them drop from the top. Lumping up our wall balls.
Pepper, Sprague, Medeiros, Gerard in the middle of the arena here at Bella Arena, Copenhagen. day number 3 of the World Fitness Finals. Sprague jumping into the lead. Dallin Pepper, Janikowski will be next. Ricky Garrard just needs to stay in touch. Velites, grab your free World Fitness Project and Velites wristbands today. Just scan that QR code on your screen.
Look at Dallin Pepper's positioning on the double unders. You could see that side profile for a second. Really shallow jump, solid positioning, upright on the torso. Like a statue there, barely just a flick of the wrist. That's as good a double under technique in this sport as you're going to see.
Oh, absolutely no hip hinge whatsoever. You see a little bit with Janikowski.
A special happy 31st birthday to Roman Krenikov.
31. Wowza.
Just getting warmed up.
Oh, big time. And orange shorts might be the way to go. Want to take the lead here. Yellow Hosta on the far ends. And Pepper making a move. Tommy, you mentioned it. Technique will get you everywhere. Dallin Pepper. Sprague finishing up, getting to those GHDs.
And as we've seen in previous heats, James opting for the hip placement more towards the foot pad. Kind of butterflying those knees out, creating a clear path for the ball to get to the foot pad as well. Really aggressive from James right now.
And really slamming that ball into the ground each time.
I think this is the fastest cycle speed of the JG we saw from men so far. What James is doing right now.
Well, we saw it with Danny Camacho Heat 1. We saw it with Tuta Magda in Heat 2. There might be something in this. And not all athletes utilizing that position. Roman Krenikov with a straight leg. But Medeiros, Sprague, Pepper going to the butterfly position. Yellow Hosta, straight leg. Chandler Smith, straight leg. Go to your strengths.
So they're going to be making their way to 115 on the street, and they will be completed with those GHD.
He must have been on cloud 9 last night. 153 kilos.
After mentioning that he had dislocated his shoulder during the swim, of all things.
And now he's not even taped his shoulder, so maybe after hitting PR in the snatch, he decided, oh, maybe my shoulder is totally fine.
Sprague finishing up his GHDs. Let's head down to the competition floor with Lauren Smith.
The Brute Boys are putting on a show. Now, Matt Torres said that James Sprague's entire approach was to attack the wall balls and get out ahead, and then he just needed to hang on. Dallin, anything with a double under is going to really suit his skill set. But he does think, with intimate knowledge of both of these gentlemen, that James Sprague's going to take it between the two of them.
The battles have been going on for years between Sprague and Pepper.
This is very reminiscent of Tour Stop 2 and the double under handstand pirouette workout where James came out early, aggressive, pretty much dared everyone to try and keep pace, and no one could, and he ran away with it. And we could very well be seeing a replica of that performance here.
Gerard in the top three, just behind Koski and Sprague. Pepper now in fourth.
That was a good push from Ricky on the GHDs, overtaking both Iona and Dallin there.
Final sets of double unders for James Sprague, your leader. Roman Krenikov currently sitting in fifth on the overall leaderboard. Pro cards on the line for 2026. And it has been a long season. But what a benefit coming into season 2026 with a pro card. And things just get so much easier financially.
You don't have to do qualifiers. You know that all of your travel and accommodations are taken care of at every event. And a guaranteed amount of money through your pro card contract.
Sprague. 100 reps, 13:48, the time from Tudor Magda in his sights, and the weight that he is going, that is going to be knocked off in the next couple of minutes. Medeiros dropping down to 8th, Farlow in 9th. Janikowski. One of those athletes resting with rope in hand. Seen a lot of athletes just put that rope on the floor.
That was a set of 30 from James, so no backing off the gas pedal here.
46-point lead on the season leaderboard for James Sprague.
So a decent drop off there. James switching to the 10 rep sets.
Knowing he's still got another 3.5 minutes to Tudor Magda's time. And well ahead of Ricky Gerard, who's jumped into second now, ahead of Janikowski and Dallin Pepper.
This is where that situational awareness comes into play. You know, something that you've seen from a lot of the greats in the sport, right? Look around, where's my competition? Where's the time to beat? Know what has to be done task-wise and making the adjustment as needed, right?
Ricky Gerard, what has he got in the tank? Ricky looks like he's going for a big set of 30 as well to start things off. Your top five: Sprague, Gerard, Koski, Pepper, and Hosta.
For James now, you've got 31 pull-ups left.
And an eternity on the time.
Yeah, and 2.5 minutes to do it.
But the quicker you finish, the quicker your recovery starts.
Yeah, and there's a sweet spot, right, where you're not necessarily adding too much fatigue that'll affect you at the rest of the weekend.
James Sprague. This has been exceptional. Iona doing a great job as well after his great start to competition. Big sets. Janikowski trying to jump back into second ahead of Ricky Gerard. But Sprague, only 7 reps remaining. Come on, Copenhagen. Give me some love. Oh, performance, Sprague. And that's why.
Another dominant workout win for Sprague. We saw that with the Project 1 workout in the morning yesterday. These are those performances that I mentioned previously this weekend where his capacity just looks otherworldly. He doesn't just win, he just leaves the rest of the elite field in the dust. And I mean, right now, if he's able to keep this up, that top spot from the tour season perspective seems to be his.
Ricky Garrard making a big jump on that second last set of pull-ups. He's ahead of Janikowski, who comes down to break. Ricky Garrard, lane number 7, one of 2 Aussies in the field. Ricky Garrard, what a comeback, jumping ahead of Koski and Pepper to take out second overall, and that is going to do himself some wonders. Koski as well.
That's big for both of them. Ricky was 2 points back of Jack Farlow in second. Jona was 4 points back. That'll move both of them up the Copenhagen leaderboard, which also will give them a boost in the overall tour leaderboard.
Double points on the season-wide leaderboard. Ricky Garrard is going to jump Dallin Pepper from 4th to 3rd. Dallin Pepper will be next finished. Chandler Smith has made a massive comeback with his pull-ups. Dallin Pepper is next. And another person just like Ariel Lowen, who is just so consistent. Kranikov is in. Chandler Smith ahead of Medeiros. Oh, 1 to go for Justin Medeiros. Oh, Hosta getting the jump on him. Crucial mistake for Medeiros there, allowing Hosta to get in ahead. Guy Malheiros will jump ahead of Jack Farlow, who still has 15 remaining. I wonder if they get sick of each other's company. Last 5 for Jack Farlow, who has enjoyed a great trajectory over this course of the season. The tour stop 1, 2, and now the World Fitness Finals, and just making sure of that last rep. And all done for our 3rd and final heats of our pro men for workout 5. And James Sprague, what a performance.
And James Sprague came out hot. We heard a report from his coach, Matt Torres, saying he would try and push the wall balls, and that's exactly what he did. But the problem was no one could keep pace pretty much from the outset. James Sprague opened Friday with a workout win, backs that up with a workout win on Saturday too.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
An exciting finish to workout number 5, our 3rd and final heat of our pro men done and dusted. And very proud to say we've got Ricky Garrard standing by with Lauren Smith.
Ricky, you came into today in 3rd. The mindset was to fight, and you certainly did that out there. How badly do you want to push up the leaderboard this weekend and secure a top 3 spot when it comes to the overall leaderboard?
Yeah, for sure. I've flown a long way to get here, so I didn't come here to stuff around. So I've come here to win, and that's the performance I need to achieve that. So the crowd was awesome. I know you weren't cheering for me, but it was helping. So thanks.
I'm sure they were cheering for you a little bit. How did you not get sucked into Sprague's early wall ball pace?
I don't know. I didn't even know where he was for a little bit. Then when I did realise where he was, I was like, ah, shit, he's gone. We're going to fight for second, I think.
You have mentioned it's obviously Christmas time. You've flown all the way over from Australia. It's a big ask of a lot of athletes. What made you want to stand on this floor?
Just the opportunity to compete. I won't be able to do this forever, so any opportunity I get to be on the floor and compete in front of this crowd and against these awesome athletes. I'm going to take the opportunity because one day I'm going to regret that I'm not out here anymore, and it's something I'm going to miss. So, yeah, just making the most of every time and opportunity I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Thanks, guys.
I don't think you could say that any better.
Yeah, and for someone that Ricky that has, had to battle back from injury, from suspension, from a lot of different things, and had a lot of adversity in his career, I think he's soaking it up right now and really making the most of it.
Ricky, a minute back from James Sprague. Now, Gabby, is that part of competition? You see what has happened, and Ricky goes, James is gone. I'm just going to let him go because there's no point chasing him because I can't. Does that factor in to your position on the floor as a competitor?
I mean, you have to be realistic sometimes. James was faster by whole minute. There's no way Ricky could cut him.
Is that almost relieving a little bit? Where, they're so far you're not going to catch them, so you just, all right, they're gone. Reset, deep breath.
Yeah, I guess so. Especially when you are suffering so much and you see that there's no way you're going to catch a person in front of you. The fact that you don't have to push even more.
Second's okay.
Yeah, second, it's not too bad.
Our updated standings for our season leaderboard. Amy Kringle and Laura Horvath both on 1,910 points. Laura Horvath actually in the lead with a tie-break time, winning Mesa and winning currently in Copenhagen, Lissy Campbell, Ariel Lowen. Things are getting tight.
Yeah, wow.
That's what we love to see.
Someone's going to miss out on the podium.
Yeah, and it's going to be tight. I mean, we've seen some crazy swings in the leaderboard already, just from pretty much half of the competition. We still got 2 more scored workouts to go just for this Saturday. So, I mean, don't get tied to these results right now because they're going to change.
And what a morning we have had here. The third day of competition at the World Fitness Finals here from Bella Arena in Copenhagen. We're going to hit pause for a little while, take a bit of a lunch break, but we will be back with our elite teams. Workout 6 on the way. We'll be back soon.
Patterns. That's the difference. Strivey shows me what my athletes can't always feel. See the trends, spot the gaps, build the plan. Strivey, train smarter.
The more we pause and stretch, the faster we move. The longer we hold, the more resilient we get. The lighter we feel, the stronger we become. The deeper we dig, the harder we hit. The higher we reach, the more unbeatable we are. Because when we stop, recover, and reset, the better we jump, climb, sprint, and leave it all on the field. When we move with pliability, we move more human.
Welcome into On the Pulse Live from the Bella Arena here in Copenhagen, Denmark. It is moving day here at the World Fitness Finals, and we're already seeing some movement. I am Derek Forrest from left to right, Annie Thorisdottir, Katrin Davidsdottir, and Seth Page. We saw the individuals take on Pro 5, and James Sprague finally got me on the board with my picks.
Congratulations, Derek.
I know. I love your sarcasm.
Oh.
Love it. Love it. All right, but James Sprague ends up winning that one for the men. He finished with a time of 12:12, and we ended up having a race there. Ricky Garrard ended up second in that final heat, finished in second place. Joona Koski finished in third in that heat. He sits in third place in that competition there in Pro 5. What did we see with the men? And it seemed to me like the double unders and the pull-ups really had an effect, grip strength and shoulder strength with these athletes.
Oh, 100%. I was very curious to see what would be the main thing in this workout, and I feel like it ended up coming down to the pull-ups, seeing what athletes came up as, like, who was able to do a big set in the beginning that then caught up with so many, because it wasn't always the person that got first to the pull-up bar that ended up winning. However, the more efficient you are at the other movements, the better you are at the double unders, the more fresh or the fresher you're going to be when you get to the pull-up bar, and then you're going to be able to do those bigger sets. That being said, James Sprague, he did win it with 1 minute, and he was the first one to the pull-up bar, and it didn't matter for him what it came down to. It was the whole workout was just an easy breeze for him, it seemed.
Yeah, James took off and just never looked back really on that workout. He looked so composed, methodical, and just under control throughout the whole thing. And I think you're so spot on. I think looking at the workout, we're not used to seeing pull-ups in competitions anymore. You know, if they're pull-ups, they're most certainly weighted, or we have chest-to-bar pull-ups. So I think maybe the pull-ups are a little bit overlooked, but when you add in the accumulative fatigue of the whole workout, especially giving the double unders, you could see with the weighted rope, you actually need to use your biceps so much, and you've used your grip for both the GHD sit-ups and holding on to the rope. Annika Greer spoke about having to hook grip the rope to get any kind of grip, and so once you got there, I think they were very heavy on. I think they felt a lot heavier than maybe they otherwise would have.
I think the one nuance that stood out to me the most was probably the GHDs. When you have that much volume, you have to look at the rep cycle speed of each athlete. And when you have the standard in which we don't typically use where you can put your hips anywhere on the pad, longer athletes, in my opinion, have an advantage. Holding onto that med ball, they can reach back and touch the ground without having to do too much trunk or hip extension or flexion. They basically get to use their limbs a lot more efficiently to reach overhead and reach up towards the pad. The ball actually shortens the range of motion. So longer athletes can actually get a faster cycle rate, whereas shorter athletes, to me, it appears they have to stretch their body a whole heck of a lot longer, work harder, and it actually slows down over a high amount of reps of that movement.
Then,
Oh,
just
go ahead,
to shoot
Annie.
in there, because to say better for tall athletes and you think the GSDs were so important, then you can also say that pull-ups are better for shorter athletes,
Sure.
faster cycle rate. And you could argue that the double unders could also be faster. Like
How many GHDs were there and how many pull-ups were there?
50 and 100.
Right. So, and a GHD is probably 3 times as long as a pull-up. So I think, in my opinion, the GHDs weigh just a little more. But if you want to throw in the double unders, maybe it'll be a tie.
I love this.
Deal.
All right, let's look ahead now at the Copenhagen standings, but I also have a follow-up question as we're talking about this event as well. Here are the men's Copenhagen standings as we speak. Ricky Garard sitting atop the leaderboard with 456 points, followed by Jono Koski, who's making a charge, and Justin Madera sitting in third. When we look at the workout, I wanted to know, as I lose my question in the moment, but when we looked at the way James won the workout and the way Laura won the workout, was there an intimidation factor when they got to the bar and did pull-ups and they did a rep scheme of 30 to start? Was that like sending a message to say, you guys aren't going to be able to catch me and I'm going to take this win? They both did the same thing.
It's definitely devastating. Like, let's say Amy, she was there first and she's done with a set of 10 before Laura even gets there. It sucks to see then your competitor come and do a set of 30 and you're like, all right, I just got to do my own thing. However, James, no one else was there, so I don't think it affected any of the other men. But for sure, I did think that when I saw her do a set of 30 and pass, I'm like, oh, that sucks to be Amy right now.
100%. I think it's one of those things. Like James, I think he just had that capacity. He was running his own race there. But Laura had been just a hair behind Amy, and we talked about it a lot yesterday on the run of passing with authority. And I think when they got to the bar, you're always very aware when you're in a race like that, and Amy hops up, and you kind of assume that your competitor is doing a similar rep schemes. But when Laura keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, there's a chance that she might have thought, okay, she might blow up. But then when she hops up for another set of 20, that was sending a signal.
How much do you think the grip strength and the shoulder fatigue from this one's going to have an effect for the remaining 2 workouts for the day? Seth, we can start with you.
Well, I wouldn't know as well as them because I've never been put in this position. However, I will say I don't think the volume was substantial. Like, it could have been a lot more. The chippers could have much higher volume than that. The intensity would be the thing I would look at in terms of maybe having some lingering fatigue. But I also don't think the handstand walk volume is that intense either. I think it's more about the skill and the balance of getting over the implement. So at this level, I wouldn't be super concerned about it.
I do think it has an impact.
I think so.
And it is it's a very shocking factor. I think few people know this because you have an open palm on handstand walking. You don't think you're using your grip. You're actually constantly using your fingers. And so you're pressing down with your fingers for stability. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the athletes look a little bit off. Like, I can imagine being super fatigued and just feeling like my handstand walking feels off.
So would you strategize it differently? Would you be worried about that and change the way you approached it?
I honestly, right now in this moment, I don't think I would know how to. I think you just have to kind of assume it's going to be a little bit harder. So, for example, the obstacles, you need extreme precision so that if you don't pick your arms up enough, you kind of like get knocked over and you might fall. So I just think you need to assume that you need to be a tad bit more careful than you otherwise would be.
I actually have a follow-up question because, Kat, your handstand walks were slightly different where you kind of rotated your wrist out a little bit more. Does that also change depending on how you handstand walk?
I don't know because I always handstand walk that way. I actually didn't have I didn't really bend my elbows much. I more pushed from my shoulder, which I think is the reason why I had a lot of stamina and capacity. I wasn't extremely fast. I just could go for very long because I think it's easier to use your shoulders than actually pick them up. But Annie, you actually...
I had the exact opposite, so this would actually affect me more than it would affect someone like Kat because I had the bend where I used my grip then more, which is why I would have to think about that coming to the next workout. I hopefully not have to change anything, but it would affect me.
All right, let's take a look at the women because we obviously had a race there as well. We talked about it a little bit. Laura Horvath ended up coming up with the win with a time of 12:38, followed by Amy Kringle in second place and then Lucy Campbell in third. We talked a little bit about the race, but it is tight at the top between Laura Horvath and Amy Kringle. Obviously, huge finish for Annika Greer, who ended up winning the second heat with a time of 13:55. What are we seeing on the women's side?
Well, like you said, this is a huge win for Annika Greer. I think a lot of us called Laura taking this workout, and I also think it's very important for Amy that she managed to stay so close to Laura. She didn't let anyone come in between them, and she stayed on it the whole way through, because this could have been expensive for her.
Oh yeah, if you're Laura, you're thinking, dang, you win a workout, which is huge for her, but then she's trying to pass Amy. And so her taking second to her isn't maybe as big of a win as a win normally would be, if that makes any sense.
It does. And going back to Annika Greer, I bet she wishes that instead of the wall ball, she had maybe some barbell thrusters and she could have separated herself from the pack more. She was in the back of my head when I was making my picks, but I was actually a little nervous about her GHD cycle rate because being a shorter athlete, what I talked about, but I knew her capacity in gymnastics would be good, and it definitely didn't break down no matter how much fatigue she had built up across the workout. So really good heat win for her.
All right, let's take a look at the women's Copenhagen standings after 5 workouts now. And again, we mentioned how tight it's starting to get at the top, but Laura Horvath sitting in first place. She now has a 3-point lead over Amy Kringle. She hops her after Pro 5. Ariel Lowen sitting in third, Lucy Campbell in fourth, and Emma Lawson in fifth. This is a race that we're going to be following. Amy Kringle has been leading the way, but now Laura Horvath is making a little bit of a charge, but you can't count out the other women behind them.
Yeah, and just looking at Emma Tall sitting in 7th, someone I want to mention, she came into this, we were unsure how she was going to do dealing with a shoulder issue, and clearly she's been able to work around that. 7th place is no joke coming in with an injury that you're dealing with, so very impressive showing so far from Emma as well.
Are you scared where Laura Horvath is, regardless if you're Amy, anybody else that's chasing her, just the way she's now starting to charge, and she has that little aura of intimidation with her?
Absolutely. You can feel intimidated by it. However, I really hope that the competitors don't let that affect them, because I think that's one of the keys. If you want to win and want to be the best, you have to believe that you can win the best. So if you feel like you have that intimidation, you're already giving Laura the win. So you need to have the belief. You have beaten her in other events before. Anything can happen, and you need to continue to have that mindset going into the other events. Otherwise, you can just as well give up.
Yeah, I don't think there's so much of an intimidation factor. Like, if I were competing against her, I would not be thinking about that. I think for her, it makes more of a difference. So if I'm her and I'm performing this well back to back to back, I get a momentum. So I think for her, it gives her a surge rather than pulling back from her competitors.
And I don't think there's really anything that we're going to see in the test that any of the top, let's say, 5, 6, 7 women are afraid of. So I don't think there's a movement or something that's going to come up. We've kind of gone through most of the single modality stuff, with the exception of kind of the handstand walk to come is a little bit single modality. But the rest of the workouts seem to be something that you would expect the best, overall athletes to do well in. So I don't think it's a walk in the park, but obviously Laura's the favorite, I would say. And unless she makes a mistake or doesn't execute somewhere, she's going to be tough to beat. And it's just that simple.
Kind of the only scary event that's left is the next one, because there a mistake can be so costly. After that, at least for me when competing, it's like you're not afraid of the other ones. It's gonna hurt, it's gonna be painful, you're gonna be tired. But if you make a mistake, you have time to make up for it. Next one is the last crazy nerves before you go on the floor.
It's easy to make a mistake. You can trip, or there's
just get a no rep from a judge or something like that too.
Yeah.
It happens.
Dude.
It happens.
All right, we just got the men's season standings in, so we're going to take a look at those and see where the men are stacking up as of right now. And it is James Sprague who is making a little bit of a charge right now. He is now sitting atop the leaderboard in front of Ricky Garrard. Dallin Pepper also moving up. He's in third. We've got Justin Medeiros in fourth, Roman Krennikov in fifth, and then Tudor Magda, our top talent challenger. You see him sitting in 8th place there as well, and that's also one of those storylines that we're continuing to watch as everybody is trying to get their pro card for 2026. We've got some challengers who are in the mix to have their pro card as well. I mean, for someone like Tudor, at a young age, to be able to compete the way he's been able to compete with the guys in this field, how important is that for him, for his confidence and all of that?
I don't think he's lacking any confidence. The guy's been an individual CrossFit Games athlete. He's competed at the highest level as a teenager. He's been to many other high-level events, semifinals and beyond. I don't think he lacks confidence, and his character is very stoic. And I believe that behind that stoicism is a calm, cool, collected individual, and from what I can see, can focus intently and go out there and execute. You just saw it in the last workout itself. I mean, some of those movements aren't the best for him, but where he thrives are the double unders, and he completely just crushed those and made the most of it. So someone like Tudor, I don't worry so much about. When they're not as emotional, they don't have a tendency to make mistakes or break down later on, and I think he's a good candidate just to stay nice and even-keeled.
We've spent a lot of time talking about the elite individuals. We also have elite teams on the competition floor, but we also have duos and teams on our competitor floor as well. We're going to check in with our competition reporter, Amy Bream, as she checks in on those duos and teams.
Day 2 is a mix of tests across all divisions, and today that also includes duos, scaled, and intermediate teams, who started their weekend off with 3 workouts right off the bat. But first up, we started this morning with elite teams completing a variation of WFP's Project 1 workout. This was less focused on specific skills, with more emphasis on pure grit and running endurance, with the deciding factor really coming down to how fast the athletes were able to push on 6 intervals of 800-meter runs. Team Krieger Vivid, our leader after day 1, was battling for first place the entire workout, but Team Fleck gave a final push just in time and pulled ahead for the workout win. The rest of the day was marked by the 1-rep max snatch workout, worth 200 points for all teams, 100 points for duos. The heaviest barbell we saw from elite teams on the male side came from Dino out of Krieger World, with a solid 140 kilos. For any Americans watching this, that's about 308 pounds. Not bad. Team Invictus International didn't have any event wins today, but they did have enough solid performances overall to allow them to pull ahead into first place on that leaderboard. As I mentioned earlier in the weekend, all divisions here competing at the finals got in on the max snatch workout. Age group duos, scaled, and intermediate teams wrapped up their first day of the competition on the pro floor, and I think they had some of the best cheer squads out of anyone this weekend. We even saw a male out of the next generation division hit a 120 kilo snatch. That sums up a very full day 2 of competition. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much, Amy. As for the rest of the day, we've got 2 more workouts for our elite individuals, and we've got 400 more points up for grabs for the weekend, 800 more points up for grabs for the season. So let's take a look at the day. We've got Pro 6 and Pro 7 coming up for the elite team, or excuse me, the elite individuals coming up. That should be a lot of fun. Final thoughts from you guys. What have you liked so far this morning, and what are you looking forward to the rest of the day?
Well, I'm looking forward to, for the rest of the day, just seeing the athletes that have maybe not been performing the way we wanted them to or we're expecting them to. They don't have a long time now to hit their stride, so it's starting to affect their confidence to actually make it back. They have to perform for the rest of the day.
All right. We are out of time. We've got to get going. So that's going to do it for another edition of On the Pulse Live. Coming up, the teams are going to be on the competition floor as they're going to take on Workout 6. So we're going to go back to the competition floor with Jeremy Austin and the rest of the crew.
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.